Okay, good. Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to see who's doing the prayer.
Prayer is Mary Johnson. Dr. Mary Johnson.
Okay. Dr. Tuff, why don't you go ahead and call it to order as your committee? I need to recommend. I just looked at it. Unless you want me to. It's time to call the order of the Southern University committee meetings, beginning with the Academic Affairs Committee. I'm going to ask that the chair of that committee, Dr. Leon Tarver, take charge of that committee. Dr. Tarver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, would you do a roll call, please?
Absolutely. Dr. Leon Tarver II,
Here.
Mr. Sam Gilliam, Attorney Jody Amedy, Mrs. Maple Gaines, Mrs. Ann Smith,
Present.
Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Are we going to do the invocation and care this time?
Yes. I think the invocation is going to be by Dr. Mary Smith Johnson. Where's Dr. Johnson?
Dr. Johnson?
I know that Dr. Johnson. I see her.
Oh, there she is over there. Yeah.
I think you're familiar with the young lady that's doing our prayer, aren't you, Dr.
Yeah.
Tom?
Absolutely, Dr. Johnson.
Eternal God, God of creation, of the heaven and the earth, we come this morning to ask your forgiveness for our sins and trespasses against thee. We come this morning, Lord, as we gather for another Board of Supervisors meeting. We know, Lord God, that you will be in the midst of this, so we declare it Spirit-led. Father, we come asking for guidance today. For you said the steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. So we ask that you order the steps as discussions and decisions are being made regarding the affairs of the university. Father, we lift up the Board of Supervisors, whom you have placed as stewards over this university. Father God, we ask that you endow them and empower them with wisdom, knowledge, understanding. Father God, we thank you right now. You know that decisions have been made and that there are decisions that will be made. But God, we thank you right now because you said man makes the plan, but the final outcome rests in your hand. So we give it all to you, Lord, this morning. We ask that you bless the president of this university. We ask that you would endow him with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. We ask that you bless this board. Give them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And we pray for leaders everywhere in this university, that they will have the wisdom, the knowledge, and understanding to make good decisions, sound decisions. Father God, we thank you this morning that as this discussion and decisions are made, that it will bring the university to a status of preeminence. And Father, we ask that you teach those that are in leadership capacities that they first, to be a good leader, you must be a servant. And we are here to serve and not to be served. Lord God, we thank you this morning. And as I end this prayer, Lord, I will be remiss not to ask your blessings upon the students, the faculty, and the staff who faces many challenges. But Lord, I thank you right now that you will grant them strength, grant them strength, grant them wisdom, grant them knowledge to stand. For you told us in your word that the race isn't given to the swift or nor to the strong, but to him that endureth till the end. Father, we will forever give you glory, forever give you honor, and forever give you praise. And it is in the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much.
I'd like to welcome Dr. Tarver of Convention
Yes,
to,
please, Mr. Vice Chairman.
for the Pledge of Allegiance, if Tanner Pruitt could please approach the podium. Tanner said yes. Tanner is a 12th grade honor student, you all, at Southern University Laboratory School with a 3.82 GPA, where she has been for the past 4 years. She is a very conscientious student who currently serves as the Southern University Lab's SGA president. She is also part of the Beta Club, Youth in Government, and Eye Care Club. Currently, she is on the volleyball team, basketball team, and the track and field team. Tanner is also a student ambassador who attends Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church and is the daughter of Latrell and Tangi Pruitt, who is a proud graduate of Southern University, where Tanner's plans is to follow in her mother's footsteps and major in nursing. Tanner, welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Lawson, President Shields, members of the board, and other distinguished guests, may you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanner.
very much. We move on now to item 3, recognition of special guests and presentation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Tarver. I'm going to ask that a young man that comes up that was newly elected, Mayor Johnson, Derek Johnson. He's one of our own. I think our chancellor ought to recognize this gentleman. And I want him to say hello to us in any manner he'd like to address from the podium. Mayor Johnson, he is the newly elected president of the Louisiana Municipal Association, which is a very, very honorable title to have. So.
Thank you, Chairman and the board. My name is Derek Johnson. I stand here today as a recent graduate of the Southern University Law Center, and I'm here today on behalf of the Louisiana Municipal Association as the newly elected president of the board of directors and the Louisiana Municipal Black Caucus of local elected officials and the 303 municipalities across the state. Before I begin, do we have any members of the Black Caucus here with us today? If you so, can you please stand and join me?
Oh, wow.
We want to graduate and commend Myron K. Lawson as chairman of the SU Board of Directors of the SU system, which is the nation's only historic black college and university system. This is a great accomplishment. Mr. Lawson has also been a successful businessman in Central Louisiana, my home, for over 25 years, and also served as an elected official on the Rapides Parish Police Jury. And we want to acknowledge him for his vision and desire to elevate the SU community by continuing to consistently provide affordable access to education for the residents of Louisiana. Also, we must acknowledge his strong commitment to supporting the mission of the Southern University Southern University system, working with our state leaders and stakeholders to advance the goals of strengthening the educational experiences for each student. Myron has taken his leadership role as chairman with grace, vigor, and strength. We support him and the SU Board of Supervisors along with this administration. I'd like to thank you, and we have some up here for you, Mr. Chairman.
Nice.
All right.
My mother would be glad to hear that. None of my colleagues believe it. So.
On behalf of the Louisiana Municipal Black Caucus, we have with us our officers. I'll let them introduce themselves. Mayor Leslie Griffith III, Sioux School. And that's the past president, you can tell.
Mayor Richard Lee, City of Well,
Hey, long drive.
yeah.
And I'm Mayor Waits from the city of Baker. And we just want to honor you today. And Chancellor Pierre, you can go, you come up to the picture. We just want to honor you today. Say thank you for everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
We know that this position is a challenging position, but from what we hear, you're ready for it, and God got you. That's it. And so we want to recognize Chancellor Pierre for all the things that he's done.
Oh, good to see you, man. It's been a long time. I'm doing fine, doing fine. Good to see you. You take care. So you gonna do the rest of these?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. We move on. I have another special guy that's here and a friend. He's made it, and I'm gonna let you meet him. He's a special guest and a special friend with great things, and we're gonna establish a very, very fruitful relationship with him. He brings a lot of wisdom and to assist us through God's vision and his help, his vision and God's help. We're going to make a lot of things happen for young people in our communities and throughout this country. I'm going to ask Kendall, will you come up? Kendall Taylor. And I'm going to let him introduce himself. But before he does that, let's give him a huge round of applause before you hear this. Brother Kendall.
Right here's good.
Yes, that's good.
All right, I'm gonna be me. What's happening?
Yeah.
First of all, this is beautiful. I grew up in the streets, man. You don't see every day where I come from such professionalism, order, and the weight of Black power as I'm seeing here today. I didn't go to college. I didn't get the HBCU experience, so I will do my very best to take this energy and what I'm seeing back home with me. And I won't be long. I didn't know what I wanted to say. And that's probably the best part because I don't really have anything to offer this community. It's the God working through me. So I asked my father, what should I say? And with this room, I think the right thing to say is affirmative action. Affirmative action. It's not gone. We just got to recreate it. I like to break words down, look at the etymology of a word. And the only thing that I want to take back is affirm. And then the action that needs to support that. I'm going to do my very best to affirm these young men and who they are in God, who they are in their true selves, and help them get on the path of self-discovery. I'm going to use every resource at my leisure and in concert with you all to affirm their potential, to affirm that they have had traumatic experiences, but they don't define them, to affirm that we don't have to dismantle criminogenic behaviors. We can restructure them for good. Because the same way I move packages in the street is the same way I ran a multi-million-dollar logistics company moving packages. We can't run from our trauma. We can't run from our pain. We can't run from our mistakes. We need to affirm ourselves in them and make sure that there's no loss. There's no loss because we extract the lesson. And then the action component. I'm a man of action. It's probably why I ain't going to do a lot of talking right here. I'd rather leave something to the imagination and also prove myself worthy of your support. I'm not asking for any handouts. I'm not asking for donations and yada yada. I want to learn the landscape of this community. I want to understand the culture and how I can add value. And I want to be a weapon in your arsenal to help save as many lives as possible. Because if God can spare me, a 3-time felon who's been shot multiple times, these boys ain't that bad. They still have potential. They still have worth and value. So let's create our own affirmative action. Let's pool our own resources. Let's use our own wisdom. Let's use our own Rolodex of relationships to figure out how we can support these young men where they are and then take ownership and also the glory of the victory that I think we can accomplish together. I want to learn from you all. Challenge me, correct me, help me out. Because I am more comfortable on the front lines than in here with these suit and ties. Now I got some nice suits now. Don't. Let's get this straight now. But my comfort is on the front lines. My comfort is in those dark places, helping lead them to light. And if you all will just give me a little bit of trust and a little bit of leeway, I would do everything in my power to make you proud and earn a position with such prestige and greatness as I'm seeing in this room today. My name is Dr. Kendall Taylor. I am the CEO and founder of Salute First. I'm here, and I ain't going nowhere. All right?
Bring the team up, Kimber.
Yes, sir.
Let's take some pictures with the team. Kimber will be joining us at the Bayou Classic, right? That's right. You'll see some surprises at the Bayou Classic. You good, bud? Okay. You got a question? Okay. Thank you again. Kimber will be working with our young people with a program at the lab school. Where's Mr. Brister? Principal Brister. There he is. And he does a phenomenal job. Let's give him a round of applause. It's what you don't see that makes him so great. You don't see him there at 5 in the morning sometime and leaving at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And our lab school excels beyond our expectations. So thank you for that. Kendall will be joining us, and he's bringing another young lady that you'll know about and hear about later on. But you'll be very, very pleased at the Bayou Classic and what you will see. That being said, I think we have above and beyond award, and I'm going to ask that we bring up Chancellor McMeans to recognize the recipient of this award. Chancellor?
Okay. Uh, the award recipient, we are actually having to chase her down right now because she's working so hard. And I don't have anything to do with the agenda.
I don't know if there's something that could come before.
Tell you what, take a break. I have someone coming up next. How about our lab school? I was
All right.
looking at Mr. Bristol, so we'll bring him up, and he has some very, very talented folk he's gonna recognize.
Intermission here, huh? Good break.
Ram in the bush.
All right. Whew. Glasses. All right, Chairman Lawson, President Shields, and members of the board, it's an honor and a pleasure to be with you this morning. This young lady I'm bringing up, when I attended the lab school in the fourth grade, she actually was one of the first individuals I met when I walked the halls of the lab school. As I took the reins as principal / director, one of the first individuals that saw me was this young lady I'm going to bring before you. The first thing she said to me was, "Do you sure you want to take this job? These grays on the side of my head, on my head, that's coming." I'm realizing the gravity of her statement. But I want to bring before you Coach Rebecca Marshall. During her tenure at State University Laboratory School, her dedication and commitment to mentoring young athletes was truly exceptional. Her coaching prowess shines through her phenomenal record of 21 Louisiana High School Athletic Association state titles, which includes a remarkable streak of 16 consecutive championships. In 2022, Coach Marshall's indomitable spirit and outstanding achievements were recognized as she was inducted to the Louisiana High School Athletic Association Hall of Fame. This prestigious accolade further solidifies her status as an exceptional educator and mentor. Her impact on the lives of countless students cannot be overstated, as she not only coached track and field, but also cross country, swimming, cheer, dance, physical education, just to name a few. Coach Marshall's holistic approach to athletics and education has helped shape the lives of individuals who continue to excel today on and off the track. Considering Coach Marshall's exceptional track record and lasting legacy, it is only fitting that the State University family formally recognize her contributions to the system. Congratulations, Coach Marshall, and thank you for your commitment and dedication to the State University system. Please join me in a round of applause for Coach Rebecca Marshall.
Let's try this again. Good morning. My name is Orlando McMeans, and I am the Chancellor of the Southern University Ag Center and Dean of the College of Agriculture, Family, and Consumer Sciences. Again, good morning, Chairman Lawson, President Shields, honorable board members, colleagues, and the SU family. It is indeed a pleasure for me to come before you to present the award winner for the Above and Beyond Award. Ms. Smith, when I think about the naming of this Above and Beyond Award, this person really epitomizes that. She is truly a servant, not only of this College of Ag and the Ag Center and the SU system, but in the community. Now, you guys may not believe this, but higher education can be stressful and chaotic at times, but I know you don't believe that. But to that fact, you have to have a calming presence around you when things get chaotic. And this person not only calms me down, she kind of puts me in the right set of mind to say, Orlando, this is what you're here for. All right, this is the purpose. Stay the course. She has been a rock since day one, coming here in 2019, 4 years. She is the individual that I can say in the college and at the Ag Center that everybody knows that she is going to make things happen. Now, she's quiet, very meek, but those are the ones you need to worry about. I had the opportunity to see her take charge and get things done. On a personal note, and some of you know this, I had an executive assistant by the name of Lisa Williamson for 21 years. And that's a long time. I mean, she was my right, left, what direction to go in, what day it was. And I prayed to God that hopefully I can find someone at that level. Well, God blessed me and, as usual, exceeded my expectations. So I want to present to you from the Southern University Ag Center and College of Ag, my friend, Miss Jackie Dixon. And we also have Pastor Dixon here as well.
Good morning, members of the board, Chairman Lawson, to my chancellor. Surprised? Thank you. Honored. I too feel blessed to have such a wonderful boss and a wonderful team. I always tell him I'm just happy to be a part of the team. Thank you.
We have our national president of the Baptist Convention USA. Most people don't, well, they should know, maybe not. We're honored to have him on the board as a colleague, Dr. Sam Toll. So he's going to go to, I think we have the secretary of the national convention here. And so he joined us too. Maybe related to our decision.
I want to make sure I understood y'all. Want to get this right. And that mic's live. This is cricket.
So this is video, and then another video is this one.
Okay, I got it.
They're right after. So this is 3 minutes, this is 20 seconds.
Look.
You want me to do that?
Yeah, I prefer you do it.
Because when I come here,
Yeah,
then
just
they call
start
for
it.
us.
Look, it's not opening.
It's not opening?
No, I had another one. Wait, there it goes. This cricket. This one works. Okay. Now, I don't know about the second one. He said at the end of this video. This was a YouTube.
Yeah, the second one is in the middle.
Okay. And the email. All right.
Later.
All I want you to do is hit play.
Okay.
I'm going to just hit play for me.
Okay.
Do that second one.
All right. Next is we have distinguished young man, Johnson, and I'm excited.
Yes, Chairman Lawson. Chairman Lawson. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
We are thrilled to extend a heartfelt congratulations to our remarkable Southern University cricket team.
Yes.
For their exceptional performance and triumphant journey. Their dedication, hard work, and passion have once again brought immense pride to our university. These athletes place extensive efforts in honing their skills and spent countless days and hours working as a cohesive unit, all while maintaining a balance as students. They celebrate a victory over LSU, which boasts not only of their individual talent, but how they all thrived as a team. I want to recognize the team and the impressive group. They have received superb instruction, and they will exceed all expectations as a cricket team as they thrive on and off the field. So we have the team here. We would like to recognize and applaud them for coming, so please come forward.
Let's give them a round of applause. Isn't that good? Yeah. That's nice.
The captain is Mr. Vadi. Mr. Shintala is the vice captain, and I think they have a video that they want to show for a very short period of time. So let's get the video.
Cricket is a sport that is played by millions and loved by billions of people from all corners of the globe. Cricket has been played for centuries, with the first international match occurring way back in 1844. From that time, it has continued to develop into the vibrant and exciting modern game that is played today. Cricket is a bat and ball sport that involves two teams with 11 players on each side. The aim of the game is to score more runs than the opposition. One player, the bowler, bowls a hard leather ball that speeds at up to 150 kilometers per hour at a player from the opposing team, who then attempts to hit it with a bat in order to score runs. Cricket is played on an oval-shaped field, and in the middle of that field is the pitch, which is where most of the action takes place. At either end of the pitch, you'll find these things. They're called wickets, and they're made up of 3 wooden stumps that support 2 bails. They're important, but we'll come back to them shortly. The batting team has 2 batters at a time in play, whilst the fielding side has all 11 players on the field. A batter scores runs in 2 ways. 1. They hit the ball far enough that it crosses the outer boundary of the field. If the ball has bounced, it's worth 4 runs. If it clears the boundary on the full, it's worth 6, the maximum number of runs that can be scored from 1 hit. 2. Through the two batters running the length of the pitch in opposite directions whilst the fielders are retrieving the ball. One length of the pitch completed equals 1 run. The aim for the fielding side is to restrict the number of runs scored by the batting side, whilst trying to get the batter out. There are 11 different ways a batter can be out, with the most common being bowled. The bowler bowls the ball, the batter misses it or deflects it by accident, it hits the stumps, and the bails come off. Caught. The batter hits the ball, and one of the fielders catches it before it hits the ground. Leg before wicket, LBW. Exactly what the name suggests. The bowler bowls the ball, the batter misses it, and the ball hits them on the leg in line with the stumps. Run out. The batter hits the ball and runs, but the fielding team retrieve the ball and throw it to the stumps before either batter has reached the other end. When a batter's out, they leave the field of play and another teammate replaces them. Once all the batters on a team are out, the sides swap, and the fielding team then have their turn to bat and attempt to beat the overall score set by the first batting team. Put simply, the winner is the team with the most runs after both sides have batted.
Thank you. So this young team, most of them, I think, are.
To get this started, I want you to imagine a game much like baseball. Is everyone?
And most of these students, I believe, are computer science students, right?
Yes, the captain is from the toxicology, but everybody else is from computer science. So, good morning, everyone, Mr. Chairman, the board members, and the Chancellor Pierre, and distinguished members of this audience. This is your team. Now you have a cricket team. And if you would like to say something, Captain.
Good morning, Chairman and the board members. So, thank you for giving this opportunity for us to represent Southern. We are very much honored to win this, and we would like to do much more winning to the Southern University.
And they brought us a nice trophy.
Congratulations. Is it true that you beat LSU?
Yeah.
How about that? All right. That is beautiful. Come on, let's take a picture. That's great. Where's the athletic director? Next time we play LSU, it's football, right? We're moving in the right direction.
How you doing?
Thank you. Congratulations again. Dr. Reddy, were you the coach? We have next up is NASA's 2023 member protege agreement year award. NASA.
Dr. Stubblefield will make presentation.
Good morning. Now, this is one of the projects I really like to present to the group simply because one of the things that the president charged us with was about how do we diversify revenue here at the institution. So when we look at this award that we'll have these gentlemen speak about in less than a minute, is that when we look at grants, how much grant dollars that we get. This is about how much generally the U.S. government gives. But this is what they do in terms of contractual obligations. So Southern University is we're very excited about the fact that Southern University was awarded as the first HBCU by NASA to be represented as a small business. So one great thing about it is now Southern is saying, what can we do in terms of, again, identifying ways that we can make new monies, but also different experiences. So we look for instance, with the funding formula, and it has all these other variables in there in terms of workforce development, research, all these things this project actually represents. So we talk about the teaching, research, and service, the workforce development, the research and innovation, and the service. And I think the president calls it more so about stewards of place. Now, how does the university actually support workforce development? This project represents all those things. One great thing about the Mentor Protege program is that a company like Boeing actually serves as a mentor to a small business like a Southern University. And we get certain types of training to help us grow in those particular spaces. So the goal is to be able to grow something like this even bigger, where Southern University is doing a lot more in addition to the workforce development and hiring people in the NASA facility down in New Orleans, which is, the mission to Mars, right? So it's great to say that Southern University has evolved to something like that. But we want to make it grander. How we actually support internal changes in operations allow us to work in that space of being a vibrant business and providing these other opportunities. So this is a great example of what this project does. So we're excited to be the first HBCU to win this NASA award across the entire NASA as an HBCU, but it's open to all businesses. So Southern University excelled in these particular spaces. So we have a representative from Boeing, but it's led by Dr. Washington, Samuel Washington here at Southern University. But he's going to introduce the rest of the team as well. Thank you.
Good morning to the chair, President Shields, the board, and to our audience. This has been an exciting project for us at Southern University. We should take advantage of where we are, and our national prominence should grow, because I've had a lot of individuals call me and congratulate the university, not necessarily me, but Southern University, particularly the engineers in the College of Engineering here at Southern University. The person that I'm going to introduce you to is the presenter, James Chavis. James Chavis is a Southern University grad. He got his BS in mechanical engineering from Southern University. He got his master's in engineering from Southern University in mechanical engineering, as well as an MBA from Villanova University. James has worked in various stints at companies such as Baker Hughes. He now serves as the supplier manager for the Michoud facility in New Orleans. The Michoud facility's responsibility is from making the rocket that will send astronauts to the moon and to Mars. This is the largest rocket on the planet. It's a part of the SLS launch system, and he's going to share with you a little bit more about the Mentor Protege agreement. And our engineers actually worked on the wiring for this rocket and the design of this rocket. James is he's a trooper. He is a blue and gold bleeder for Southern University. He calls me at least once or twice a week and asks me, where are we? As a part of the Mentor Protege program, James was actually instrumental in organizing our needs assessment here at the university for doing some corrective actions on how we can become a manufacturer and how our students can actually be trained to work in the aerospace industry. Like I said, James is a trooper. He's passionate about Southern University. He mentions a lot of our past professors in engineering. So at this time, I'd like to introduce James Chavis. He's the supply manager at the Michoud facility in New Orleans.
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors.
Go ahead. It's no clicker. We just arrow down right here.
Okay, that's fine.
Pull it up on the screen just a second.
You get it now. That's fine. Good morning. I'm going to introduce the Mentor Project Agreement, and this is a supplier briefing that the Boeing company is doing in order to describe what the Mentor Project Agreement is and the success of the Mentor Project Agreement. And this is a quick agenda. And we're talking about the Southern University A&M SLS support, the Mentor Project Agreement overview. We did a lot of assessments, so we actually came with value stream outcomes using Lean Six Sigma and other tools for transformation. And of course, Accelerated Improvement Workshop, which is another tool that we use. And we have recommendations in order to make sure that we can expand the footprint, the supplier footprint of Boeing as well as Southern University A&M College System. So what does Southern University do for us, right? Southern University A&M is a subcontractor to Boeing, and it provides engineering support for the SLS program. Dr. Washington just explained it. It's the Space Launch System. And the first project which they did was they determined the revenue-based study on equipment reliability to support how we built the rocket. It was monumental, went all the way up to our senior leadership. They provided recommendations of maintenance improvement and presented findings to Boeing program management. And who did this scope of work were engineering professors in the College of Engineering. They provided this scope of work to Boeing and to our customer, NASA. The major portion of it was they did an implementation of Weed Tech electrical testing. That means that they tested all the major wire harness assemblies at Michoud, at Stennis, where we did test, and they also supported our launch. So this is monumental because we hadn't had an HBCU. It's the first HBCU to be underneath the prime to do this scope of work in support of launch. And what is the Artemis project? This is the project that we're currently working on, and this is the NASA Space Launch rocket that will deliver human-related spacecrafts to the habitats, to the science missions to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Southern University, again, has proven itself a supplier from a technical competency and from a business competency by testing every wire harness. And this is a major accomplishment because not only did they beat out suppliers locally, they beat them out across the nation to do this scope of work. And they became highly rated in the skill force of being an engineering service and electrical testing. And our biggest mission right now for Mission Artemis 2 is to put the first woman and first person of color on the lunar surface. So we're going into the brand new space age, and Southern University is definitely a member in a partnership that's going to get us there. What is the Mentor Project Agreement? It's a large business basically mentors a small and diverse business in support of federal contract. Southern University is the first HBCU that Boeing had sponsored for the Mentor Protege Agreement. They received the first subcontract for NASA, for the Boeing Prime and the Mentor Protege Agreement. And we still want to build on this historic relationship, right, to advance engineering competencies. And we identify those areas where we can not only affect the business change, right, the business transformation, but we also have the technical interchange in order to put Southern at a great position to be a prime supplier for the government. So these are just an overview of what we did. It's basically a 24-month. This has been already executed. And, from this Mentor Project Agreement, the work that was done by Southern as well as Boeing, Southern has beat out all the other sites. So what we're seeing, Southern as a supplier beat all the other suppliers on the Mentor Project Agreement. They beat all the other sites, such as Johnson and Goddard Space Center, to be the NASA, right, agency award for Mentor Protege Agreement of the year. First HBCU to have that honor. So we did some things here. This basically business process that we looked at. We looked at value stream mapping, where we took everything else and looked at the designs of how we do businesses better. And then we looked at everything else as identifying waste and how do we eliminate those wastes. So we had an opportunity to go and take a look at the soft systems of Southern University, how we handle procurements, how can we make it more efficient and effective so Southern can be competitive as a supplier. And I'm pleased to say that with the team right here, Dr. Washington and other staff, they were able to reduce their overall lead time from about 7.6 weeks to 3.1 weeks. That means from the time that we actually asked for a request for quote to provide services, they've reduced this over approximately over a time span of 268 hours and 33.5 days, which makes it a really efficient process and which meets industry standards. So right now, Southern University meets industry standards as receiving an RFQ. And of course, these are all the team members from the value stream mapping team that did all this great work. And these are all Southern folks and a couple of us Boeing folks who took the time out to go ahead and do this value stream mapping. And of course, this is just a reduction of time. So you reduced it by 50%. And we also implemented SAP to see how we can do this. We ended digital transformations. And we use this and I would recommend use as a beta test of how you can be more efficient in business of getting those things done as far as trajectories. And of course, they participated in a 6 workshops. So this AIW, which all you guys may know as Lean, has different names, different acronyms. And this is what we did. The students and the professors at college engineering, we evaluated a lab utilizing 5S, right? This was the before picture. This is the after picture. So what does that really, really mean in terms of throughput and value? So what it means is that after we did this exercise, and Southern University students and faculty identified levels of assets, we realized a total savings of 5S savings of $20,398 of cost savings in one lab. So they participate, and if this system was implemented, you could save close to 100K to 300K across the College of Engineering. And these are practices of asset utilization that we've trained Southern on, and how to do the level of lean. And it's just quick recommendations. And one of the primary recommendations is that utilizing customer resource management, such as Salesforce, for quoting and procurements. And we need to definitely expand the alumni database to identify potential candidates to execute contracts, because all of the people that did the WeTech were Southern University alum who worked out into the field, and we created the level of workforce development along with Dr. Washington and Southern University to get that type of service there. And we also need to develop a strategic marketing strategy. That's our recommendation, to enter key markets. Right now, Southern University is strategically placed, and they have earned the value to be in alignment in order to go after and get more RFQs in the aerospace and defense industry. And this has showed the technical competency that they can make it. And also implement ISO 9001, ANSI Lean, and QMS. And so what we're saying with those is Southern University has a want and a need to go into manufacturing. In order to do this manufacturing and do the type of commercial testing, these are the systems that Southern University will need to implement in order to expand. So that only applies just to our federal contracting, it also applies to commercial contracting as well, because these are the standards that will have Southern generate revenue from a standpoint of doing testing, of doing everything from a particular lean to doing manufacturing. So we hope that the team really takes this into play. And now leverage new technologies, such as machine learning, cybersecurity, and AI. These are the forefront. And with everything else that Southern is doing right now, we're encouraging that Southern go ahead and develop that particular expertise to be competitive in the market, because it's all about competitive advantage. Because Southern University is a business in the eyes of Boeing and the government. And workforce development. Dr. Stubblefield talked a lot about that workforce development, professional development. And we definitely need to make sure that as we get and source these engineers who've been working out in the field, that we're able to provide those PDUs in order to make them more sound, in order for them to go into the aerospace arena and be successful. And I've also said incorporating system engineering and industry technology for the development of the workforce, right? Because those are one of the key areas that we look. And in fact, from an engineering technology, I know that that program has been sort of reduced. We literally have actually sourced or hired a number of electrical engineering technology students to support Boeing defense and space outside of this particular project. So we find that to be a very, very valuable concentration. And with enough little bit of tweaking, it also can be expanded. System engineering is also something else that Southern University, if concentrating on that particular area, would make them stand out to have the level of competitive advantage among not only universities, but along other suppliers. And the last one, I know this is a long-term goal, but is to create a separate for-profit for contracting and manufacturing extension. This will allow Southern University to take advantage of not only the commercial side of it, they'll able to take advantage of federal contracting, such as STTRs and small business incentive research programs. And that's pretty much all I have for my presentation today. And are there any questions?
Just a couple more things I think is very important to share is that what Shavers was speaking about was how do we actually integrate these things from the business side and actually allow them to integrate what we do into our academic programs. We have with us our chair for the Mechanical Engineering Department, Dr. Dwayne Jarrow, and also Dr. Brian Warren, one of the professors there. They're going to come up and say something, we'll greet the crowd as well for a couple of minutes. But in particular, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Warren. He's actually joined us from Oak Ridge. So he's actually been in the plants. He's returning back to Southern University. So it's identifying those practical experiences that can truly translate into these new revenue generating opportunities. But at the same time, not making sure that we align what we're doing in terms of the workforce development, the needs of the state for those targeted industries. And you saw as well about the AI, machine learning. So now you see an actual integration of what the world's saying we need to do today, where our students have a chance to actually see it in real world opportunities. Dr. Gerald, Dr. Warren.
Good morning. It's great to be here this morning. And I was basically told to come here and say a few words by our Director of Advancement and working with the team. It's been a privilege to kind of watch a lot of these things actually go on. I kind of get I think I have the best part. I get a chance to kind of watch. They've done tremendous amount of work in our departments, in our units, but there are just three points I want to make real briefly. Number one is value. Value and opportunity. Everything was basically said in that slideshow and in the conversations that Dr. Stubblefield just shared. This is a tremendous value add. It's a tremendous opportunity for our students, for the university, and even the professors and those other folks. It took me a while. It took me a number of years to really see the value in contracts versus grants. Both are good. Both bring revenue in, hard dollars in. But contracts, they operate in a little different way. But nevertheless, so that's my one point, value and the opportunity. Number two, workforce development, which he's basically talked about. I was asking him, I said, okay, in a sense, what's my role as chair of the Mechanical Engineering Department or the other administrative offices in the dean's office and so forth? How do we partake and how do we assist and help facilitate this more? It's pretty simple. The more students that we produce, the better his life is. Because now when Boeing comes, when these other companies come, they have plenty of resources, namely students, to choose and select from. And lastly is translation. That's the last point, to help translate really what they're doing to you guys, which was done so eloquent. I remember revisiting James. He has an engine in him that does not stop. He's perpetual, almost like perpetual, even though it's not impossible, it's kind of impossible, perpetual engine. He has an engine inside of him. I remember meeting him or speaking with him at the NSBE conference in 2014. I was there taking a few students to the event. said I never do it again in two vans, but I made it through. I'm here, but it was an adventure. But he was there working for Halliburton, and we talked, and it kind of rekindled a lot of things. We want to appreciate you guys for giving us time to come and share what this team has been really working on, and it's just great to be a part of it. Thank you.
To the chair and board, very briefly, I think that this relationship was very great. A couple things came out of it. Is the fact that industrial sales force. Ironically, I spent 33 years in plants. I could be turned loose in Exxon right now, and I know what to do. I wouldn't know how to file certain forms here, and thank God for these folks. I think Southern is my home. Did my bachelor's and master's here, and my PhD at University of Tennessee, Knoxville. But I wanted to come from the plant back here to give something back. And the thing that came out of this whole thing to me was industrial sales force. We could parallel the money that we make from research by putting a trained workforce out in front of the Mr. Chavises, out in front of the Exxons, out in front of the BASF. Did some time at DOE. We can go up there and talk to those folks. I got folks out at Lawrence Livermore right now talking to them, trying to get money. But you got to live at their site. You got to be able to talk the same language they talk. You got to understand reactors. You got to understand pressure vessels. Other than that, you're not going to be able to deliver what they're asking for. And that's one of the things. I actually worked at NASA Michoud for quite a few years down there, designing that space launch system and working on these things. So and we got students. I brought a lot of students here. We did a mentor protege from Department of Energy here. So I'm getting our students out there, and I teach 120, which means that all of my students are deemed to do career service, deemed to apply for intern, workforce development. But if I had to ask you anything today, it would be that we consider that industrial sales force, people that can go out there and talk turkey with Exxon. Exxon wants to give us money. Industry is money. Industry is sustainability. Industry is training. Industry is the future. Thank you.
So that's it, guys. I think the best part of this conversation, the fact that I know how to hang around with smart people. So I'm truly excited about working with this group and actually building something long term for the university as well. Thank you for your time this morning. Yes, sir. Yeah, we can put something inside of that thing. Yeah. We'll figure something out, man. It'll be something. Oh, that's an SU symbol. Yeah.
Now, this is the real deal. I hope we take time as we reflect what we just heard today. This is the real deal. This is what the engineering program should be about. It doesn't do good to hide a candle under what? A bushel. We need to talk about this, put it on our site, make sure it gets the press. It's amazing what foolishness makes the press. The press should be here telling the story so young folk that could have an interest at Southern University would be inspired by it. So congratulations to you guys in the STEM arena for what you're doing. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, we'll take a picture. I'm sorry, one picture. As as I come up next time, Chancellor Pierre, I won't come up. You just go ahead and handle a check presentation, and I'll come up after you introduce the talented folk that will be doing that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Again, good morning, Chairman Lawson and members of the board. Today we are honored to do a check presentation in honor of Jennifer Ashley Mitchell Carter. When she got her law degree, she took the Jennifer out and became J. Ashley Mitchell Carter. She kept figured out that with that J, she just was a different. But let me just say something about her. Uh, she was a great student at Southern University and Southern University Law Center. Rose to several positions before her untimely death. Was working in the University of Louisiana system and convinced her boss, the president of the University of Louisiana system, to come to law school because he kept asking her questions about law school. And she kept calling me. And I said, yes, I think we can accommodate him. We accommodated a governor. I'm pretty sure we can accommodate a president of a university system in law school. And finally, he decided to go take the test and got admitted. And I think it's been a great symbol of what we do here at Southern University Law Center. When she passed, her mother came to me and said, you know, she talked about Southern University Law Center so much, and Southern University Law Center did so much for her that I want to do something for Southern University Law Center. So one of the things I had the good fortune to do was I hired her to work with our development process, and she's helped raise money. And one of the things she went to do is she called on her classmates and started raising money in her name. And today we have just a beginning of a process where these dollars are going to come forward, and we're going to name our courtyard on the back side of the Law Center in her name. And I'd like to bring her mother up, Miss Gail Walker, to us and let her talk about her daughter because this has been a labor of love for her. And I'm so proud that she has really taken us and decided to carry the name of her daughter into perpetuity. Please.
Good morning to President Chancellor Shields, members of the board, and to my Chancellor, Chancellor John Pierre. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this morning to show recognition of one of the contributions that we've made this year to the Law Center for the privilege of naming the Law Center Courtyard the 2011 Courtyard honoring J. Ashley Mitchell Carter, my daughter who is now in heaven. To love is to give. The caption that we put on the brick honoring my daughter that sits in front of the Law Center on that wall says, achieve and give back. Excuse me. That is the way Ashley felt about the Law Center, and that is the way her family feels about the Law Center. SULC is a very important entity to the privileged security of its many graduates and the legal security of many U.S. residents, especially those in the minority community. Southern University Law Center has, is, and will continue to be important to all of us. And in order for it to continue to be strong, we all have to play a part. I'm happy to be here with the main representative of the class of 2011, which is my daughter's graduating class, Mr. Daniel Drouillet. Daniel, would you stand with me, please? He, along with many other members of the class of 2011, have worked continually to secure my daughter's legacy at SULC. Under his leadership in 2022, when she was honored as a distinguished alumni for the Law Center, he, along with his class, added $15,000 plus to the annual fund that was already established for a scholarship in her name. And we will continue to add to that scholarship. The courtyard is being named the 2011 courtyard, honoring her because the class of 2011 will continue to be involved with this project, as well as the fact that this courtyard will continue to exist as long as there is a Southern University Law Center. Her class is committed and her family is committed. I must thank Chancellor Pierre, Mr. Terry Hall, Ms. Angela Gaines, and my supervisor who is here supporting me today, Ms. Robin Thomas, for the work that's being done to complete this project. We will let all of you know when we have the dedication of the courtyard so that you can attend. I also need to thank a couple of people here who invested in my daughter in very special ways and who continue to care about me, her mother. Thank you again to Chancellor Pierre, who she expressly loved and appreciated, and who I couldn't wait to meet because I just thought you were the greatest things, according to her, since sliced bread. I also thank you, Chancellor Pierre, for caring enough to bring me to the Law Center, and I hope that I am fulfilling what you would hope I'd do there. Thank you to Attorney Des Moines Rutledge, who was a friend and mentor to my daughter, even until the last days of her life here on earth. Hello, Zale. Zazelle. Thank you to Zazelle Dudley, who, along with our other group of friends, helped to steer Ashley's life as she grew up in Shreveport, Louisiana. And also thank you to Chairman Lawson, who I got to know better through Calvin Braxton, former board member who I grew up directly with. Chairman Lawson, I appreciate the fact that you have always been very gracious to Ashley and I whenever we have been in your presence. I know that there may be other people here who had close relationships with my daughter that I don't know of because I learned when I moved here, and especially at the time of her death, that there were so many relationships I didn't know of. So if I missed anybody and I didn't know about it, thank you. I also see very many Ashley lovers here in the audience. I thank all of you for your love for my daughter. Let me also mention that recently in a conversation with Mr. Robert Harrison of the foundation, I learned that over the 4 years I've been working here, our family has made 3 to 4 contributions to Southern University and the Law Center each year. We are serious about what we do for this school. I work with alumni affairs and recruiting at the Law Center, and I'm asking every graduate of SULC here today to become extra dedicated as we are to seeing that we have a strong alumni involvement at the Southern University Law Center, as strong in our capacity as we can to rival that of any law center in this state and also the one in this city. We can do more to support Southern University Law Center. Thank you for what you have done. Thank you for loving my daughter, and God bless you.
Yeah, we'll do it this way. Okay. All right.
Your fingers are covering that.
Thank you for the first.
Marvelous moment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We return to our agenda. Is everyone back? The item on our agenda now is the adoption of the agenda. Can I have a motion to do so? Been moved by Mr. Gilliam, seconded by Ms. Dudley. All those in favor, let it know on the sign of aye. Those opposed, have it. The next item on our agenda are public comments. Are there any public comments relative to items on this agenda at this time? Do we have any? Seeing and hearing no references to those comments, we move on now to action item A, request approval of Board of Regents 3-year academic plan for all of our campuses. Mr. President, who would be responsible for that presentation?
Dr. Ammons.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, President Shields and colleagues, last year, the Board of Regents revised their planning and budgeting agenda. And now each year at their September meeting, they consider 3-year academic plans from the systems and their budget. In accordance with the new process, each system and the institutions in those systems prepare 3-year academic plans where faculty across the system in each institution prepare plans and programs to implement over the next 3-year period. We have worked with the faculties across the system, and in your packet are those programs that the institutions have approved that will align with the Board of Regents master plan, the Southern University System strategic plan, to meet this goal of 60% of adults in the state of Louisiana having either a degree or a credential of value by the year 2030. So, Mr. Chairman, it is my recommendation that the board approves the 3-year academic plans from Southern University, Baton Rouge, Southern University's Law Center, Southern University at Shreveport, and Southern University at New Orleans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any questions, comments? Been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Gilliam and Ms. Dudley, that we approve item A, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Any questions? All those in favor, let it know on the sign of aye. Those opposed, so have it. The next item on our agenda is 7B, C, and D, all with the Southern University Laboratory School. I want to ask Mr. Brister. Is Mr. Brister here to make this presentation?
Once again, Chairman Lawson, President Shields, and members of the board, real briefly, what you have before you are three policies that we must adopt each year. The Pupil Progression Plan provides guidance relative to student promotion from one grade level to the next, which includes standardized testing. The Literacy Plan provides guidance for K to 12 literacy, which is inclusive of instructional time materials, as well as interventions. And our discipline policy, which is our student rights and responsibilities handbook, that sets guidance in conjunction with 41 relative to student discipline conduct and protects the learning environment for our students. That's pretty much it.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Briston, relative to items B, C, and D? I need a motion to adopt all three. Then pass. Yes. It's been moved by Dr. Williams and seconded by Ms. Smith. All of those in favor, let it know the sign of aye. Those opposed, so has it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The next item on our agenda is item E, request approval for the name change of the College of Agriculture, Family, and Consumer Sciences. Dr. McMeans.
Thank you, Dr. Tarver. This recommendation, actually, we've been working on for about 2.5 years, and it's twofold. Firstly, a lot of the terminology and nomenclature that we use within the College of Agriculture at Southern University is really outdated, and we have been working with the Board of Regents on this to look at the current lingo as it relates to describing colleges of ag. And so we've made the recommendation to include such things as environmental, as climate, and those other terms that are also critical secondfold for recruiting students. I've come to you and I've said that the new term now when you're recruiting young people, those terms that are sexy. And family and consumer science is no longer sexy, but human. And you add that capacity up in there, that's a little bit more. And so we're asking for the approval of not only the College of Agriculture, Family, and Consumer Science to be changed to the College of Agriculture, Human, and Environmental Sciences, but we're also changing the name of three of our, proposing to change our name of three of our departments. So they would be up to current standards as it relates to colleges of ag, not only throughout the country, but globally.
Thank you. Any questions of Chancellor McMeans? If not, may we have a motion to approve this item? Motion by Ms. Smith, seconded by Mr. Gilliam. All of those in favor, let it know on the sign of aye. Those opposed, ayes have it. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is item F, tenure and promotion recommendations for faculty who have gone through academic review and meet all necessary requirements, SUBR. Who would that be? Yes, Mr. Chancellor.
Yeah, so this is a process where I worked with Dr. Sahu to look through the application of Dr. Jackson. And what happened was she was recommended at the department and I guess college level. There was a technical issue about her doctoral degree in that she didn't have a degree at a doctoral level of computer science and engineering. But the problem, as I saw it, and we kind of worked through it, was that requirement did not exist at the time that she was hired. So it made no sense to retroactively apply a new standard that had been recommended by SACS to her, and therefore she should have received the benefit of the time that she was hired and she met all other requirements. And so therefore it would be proper for her to get tenure in the computer science area. And that is the basis for this. And based upon that determination, she meets all the necessary requirements for tenure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chancellor. You've heard the presentation. Are there any questions of the Chancellor? Hearing none, the motion by Mr. Gilliam and seconded by Ms. Smith that we adopt item F. All of those in favor, let it know on the sign of aye. Those opposed, ayes have it. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is informational. two items, the update on faculty handbook for SUBR, and we'll take that first. Chancellor Pierre?
Yes. So, had a chance to have discussions about the faculty handbook. Last night, late last night, I received what appears to be an updated faculty handbook. I think the president got something this morning. So what we're going to do is we're going to review it with respect to the proposed new faculty handbook, SDO. The other thing that plan is now we're going to get this in front of the faculty senate. I've had that discussion with them over the last couple of weeks, and we're going to go through what I call a mediated process to make sure that we have something that's acceptable to everyone, whether it be faculty, administrators, without. Again, we recognize that there are going to be some points of contention. So we're going to say, what are the items that are not contentious? And then we focus on the items that are contentious. And then we're going to go through a mediated process to see if we can get to the end result.
Well, we do without lawyers. Thank you so very much. Any questions of Chancellor Pierre with respect to this item? Yes, Ms. Gilliam. Would you use your mic, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Observation, Chancellor Pierre. I took the opportunity, I think, to look at part of the draft. It's pretty heavily redlined. So I'll say to the several parties who are going to participate in that process, go in it diligently, collaboratively, as my chancellor, my chairman stated the other day. And let's see if we can come up with a document that's going to be workable for everybody and carry us forth in the future.
Yes, that's the plan.
Any other comment? We move on to the next item B, update on catalog SUS. Mr. President, who's?
Yes, I can address it also.
Okay.
So I've had Dr. Young, and I've made some inquiries myself with respect to the catalog. This has to be a top priority because we are behind. And so we, again, will start a very diligent process to make sure we bring closures to those parts of the catalog that are not yet completed. So this, I guess, is one of those processes. That first thing we're going to do is by Friday of next week, that's going to be a firm deadline for completion of the draft of the catalog. And then we're going to keep moving on. It's a process. There's some new technology that has been implemented. I don't think everyone understood how the technology worked with respect to the SUBR catalog. I've had the experience of doing it with the Law Center. And what you have to do is you have to get all parts of it coordinated where everybody who knows their particular area has to input and update. And then you can load it up into the electronic catalog. And I don't think everyone understood that process. And now that I know we're using the same technology on the Baton Rouge campus that we use at the Law Center, it's real clear to me about what needs to be done.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions?
Apologize. I missed item E. I gather this is for Chancellor McMeans. By my count, we're effectuating 6 different name changes.
Yes.
6. Okay.
Yes.
And are you guys going to have sort of a complimentary marketing effort to? I see some of your people behind you shaking.
Yeah,
their
well,
head.
it was funny. We were just texting that we were going to get together, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Williams, and myself, and discuss rolling it out in a marketing plan for our programs. Okay. So, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, are there any further comments on the item B? Hearing none, we may move on to the other item, other business at this time, number 9. Hearing none, may we have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Dr. Williams. It's all necessary. We're so adjourned, Mr. Chairman.
We'll continue the Board of Supervisors committee meetings. Now, Attorney Edwin Shorty, Facilities and Properties, could you please bring your committee to order?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The Facilities and Property Committee are now called to order. Can I get a roll call, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Attorney Edwin Shorty.
Present.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Mr. Paul Matthews. Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Here. Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Here.
Mr. Myron K. Lawson. You have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
Second.
So moved by Mr. Rutledge, second by Dr. Whitfield. Are there any public comments? Any public comments relative to the Facilities and Property Committee? Seeing none, we will move on to our action item. Action item 5A, request approval of preliminary capital outlays for 2024 and 2025. Mr. Dawson.
Facility Committee, Chairman Lawson, and President Shields. I mean, this is something that we have to do every year. And President Shields wanted to make sure that we introduce this and allow the board an opportunity to review the recommendations that will be coming up for capital outlay next session. You could take that off. Now, I don't want to steal the thunder if you have everybody looking at the new new renderings. So with that, this time we would like to have an introduction, and what we're going to do in the next session is to adopt it and approve it, so we have the opportunity to get it to Board of Regents in the timely fashion that we're supposed to. But I do want to bring up Ms. Simone Whitmore, because this process is definitely involved, and there is a philosophy as to how we approach this. And our success in the next session will depend upon us following a process and doing the best we can to continue to have these projects funded. And it is a strategic methodology that needs to be used. And we're grateful to have Ms. Simone Whitmore with us, who has a lot of experience with FP&C and Division of Administration. And I would like her to speak to this particular item. Ms. Simone?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, President Shields. I will try to be brief and be happy to answer any questions. So essentially, going forward, what we want to try to do is continue the projects that we've put forth already. We have capital outlay is organized into a 5-year plan, and your best chance for success is if you pursue your 5-year plan throughout completion of those projects. So last year, we started with a list of priorities for the system. We submitted those. We were successful getting some of them funded and pushed it forward. There were some that did not get appropriations, and so we are resubmitting those. We worked with the chancellors to make sure that the priorities were still in line with their visions for their campuses. And so what you see before you is essentially an updated list from last year. It shows the projects that we requested with the current funding. You'll see that some of them did not receive funding. One of the things to be careful about is that because HB2 is so very over appropriated this year, what looks to be quote unquote current funding is less than maybe what you anticipate. So if you look at the Capital Outlay Act, you may see, for example, that one specific project has $2 million in P2. P2 lines of credit have not been granted. So we don't consider that current funding. We have to keep asking for that $2 million until we see it, until we can actually start spending it. So if you look at our recommendation, you may see a project and you'll go, wait a minute, I saw that in the act and it looks like we have money. You may see this recommendation and it does not show that. It doesn't show that because we're not counting things that don't yet have lines of credit. And so because lines of credit have not been granted yet at maybe this time, we're showing that we don't have current funding. Whether or not we will get that funding is up to the capacity. And as I've told you before, the cash capacity for this year is about $1.4 billion. There's $1.8 billion in appropriations. So that means right off the bat, there's $400 million of things out there that people are hoping for that cannot be funded. Also, priorities have to be funded in order. So priority ones have to go before priority twos. There's $1.7 billion in priority ones. That means there's already more priority one, which contains things that were already in process, than there is for the entire capacity. So the division is going to have to do a lot of work to figure out what dollars are actually going to be spent in fiscal year 24 and what things can be delayed. So when we go forward with our fiscal year 25 priorities, what we want to show is the projects that we already have in process. How do we keep those moving? And for our new priorities, how much can we ask for that we can spend that gets us in the queue but not necessarily asking for money that we can't spend. Because when they're tasked to cut 400, at least 300, but maybe $400 million, they're looking for what can you realistically spend. So if we have appropriations or funding that we can't spend in this process, they go in and take that back. So with our strategy for next year, we want to say, okay, our projects are moving. We're doing everything we can in fiscal year 24. And when 25 comes around, this is how much we can spend. So if you look at our list, what's important to note is on that second page, the total project cost for our 5-year plan is almost $500 million. And we are asking for next year for right at $100 million. Now, when we talk about the capacity for capital outlay, if you look at the program, right now, their capacity is about $500 million for everybody for a year. Right off the top of that has to be the non-state, which is about 25% of that. So right off the bat, $125 million will come off. So what they can allocate is about $375 million. And we need $100 million of that. So we have to be realistic about our expectations, and we have to be prepared next year when the bill is developed to fight for what we can spend and try to keep these projects moving. So as you see these priorities, if you have feedback on things that can wait, things that don't look realistic, things that have to go faster, then we definitely need that input from you. But as far as this recommendation, a lot of the projects that you see are based on things that are already moving and should continue. For example, you will see the STEM building, which has been on the books for a while, which now has a CMAR lined up, and we're trying to get to construction as soon as designers and contractors can line those things up. So that project, we hope, has enough momentum to keep going. We have, for example, a nursing renovation here on the Baton Rouge campus that we have a donation for. So again, those kinds of projects, that's what we're going to push. So we have a lot of projects that are in the queue, and we just hope to be able to prioritize those. So that's kind of the strategy. But if you guys have feedback on any of these that you see, given the fact that we're asking for a third of the capacity that's out there, if you see anything that you go, wait a minute, this seems a little bit out of order, let's put more focus on this, let's focus on that, that's kind of the input we need between now and next month's submission. So with that, I'll take any questions, or, we can talk offline.
A priority for what we're looking at?
The way these are like, the way this is set up now is the priorities that
Okay.
the campuses in the system
Okay.
are.
Okay, so no deviation from where we are right now. Okay.
My sense is the key thing is for us to prioritize the projects that we can work on and actually spend the money.
Right.
And that's the way this is aligned, right?
Yes.
Okay. So can we get maybe a succinct one pager for the board as we go to talk to these legislators after the election in January and February before we get to session, so that we all can be on the same page?
Yes.
Thank you.
And we will, in that one pager, what's going to be important is divide the existing projects where we've already spent money and we have that momentum versus the new things we're asking.
Okay. And these could be leave behinds that
Yes.
if they look at it,
Yes.
or even a kindergarten looks at it,
Yes.
we'll get it, right? Okay.
If you notice, I tried really hard not to say P1, P2, P5
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
And just talk about we need money, we need to
I
spend
get it.
money. When I used to do the presentations downtown, I would start off by saying capital outlay is confusing because it has its own language. And I'd go through a whole list of vocabulary words that I would say in my sleep, and I'd get the glassed over looks. And so today we wanted to just focus on what we have to do is spend money. Obviously, you can only spend cash, so me saying non-cash means nothing to you.
Right.
So what we're asking is to be able to put forward a message that says we need this much cash in FY25 to move these projects.
And Mr. Chairman, I think it's key that in the strategy, we're being intellectually honest in the sense of, okay, we know what we can do today and we know what we can't do today. And so we're going to be honest about this is how we can move forward. We're not asking for everything today, just the stuff that we can do just today. So that's key, and I know the legislators would appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Rutledge?
Just to echo what Mr. Matthews has said, I would also hope, good job as usual, Ms. Whitmore, that we continually update our legislative delegation on what our priorities are throughout the year and not just wait until a few days before session. I see Representative Carpenter shaking her head. saw Representative Brass here also. I just think that's more important. If we can overload them with information and our needs, that helps us greatly. I have a question for Mr. Dawson, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Ask. Thank you.
Sir.
A good job as usual. I said to Ms. Whitmore while both of us were waiting for a plane that never took off. I left, you stayed. But good job as usual. You guys are doing a really, really good job managing this space for us. First, an attaboy for Mr. Dawson, who is the newest gubernatorial appointee to the Amite River Basin Commission. It manages East Baton Rouge Parish. It mitigates flood, Livingston, Ascension, and a few others. As you know, the university has experienced some flooding issues that we've been trying to deal with. So I think it's a win-win for the entire system, particularly the Baton Rouge landmass, to have you on there. And I know you're going to be looking out for us. So
yes, sir.
Congratulations there.
Thank you.
I just want to ask you again, for the benefit of my colleagues, because I've discussed it with some of them, about where we are on the lab school
yes.
deal. The men and women's, boys and girls, as it's called there, locker rooms does not have any air conditioning, very poor ventilation. And you know, we've been in some very extreme heat here locally. We want to make certain that we put those kids in the best environments possible. Can you give us an update?
Yes, sir. I mean, and specifically concerning the situation with the locker rooms, I mean, there is a project that's moving forward right now that will provide, air conditioning into those locker rooms. I think they were initially looking at some window type units, but now because that wouldn't be enough capacity to handle the load, they're looking at now rooftop units. We've been talking with Mr. Henry Thurman, who's been looking at their project. And so as of last week, my understanding is that it's very close to getting out for bid on that. So that is moving forward. And just kind of steal my thunder a little bit.
Well,
but
Mr. Dawson, before we get too deep in facilities,
yes.
let's do a motion. Can I get a motion to approve action item 5A? Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Rutledge, seconded by Mr. Matthews. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any nays? The ayes have it. Action item 5A is approved. Now, Mr. Dawson, let's go on to your facilities update.
All right, and I will be addressing where we're going with the lab school. I mean, we give you this kind of chart that kind of shows you where we are. Let me give you just some brief updates. We know that the Bluff is system, that project is with DOTD. The new science complex, that is in Seymour, as Ms. Simone said, that is moving forward. There was some complication that they had between the Seymour entity and as well as the designers, but there's a meeting that's going to be held the early part of September to kind of make sure that is moving forward. The business building is in design development. The nursing school is in programming. I mean, that is in programming now. So the nursing school here in Baton Rouge is in programming, and we meeting with Dr. Brown. She's been very pleased as the process moving forward. So we're very happy about that. ADA renovations at Suno. That's one of the projects that had P2 funding. We have some cash, but we have P2 that's supposed to give additional funding. I had a meeting in New Orleans with them just Wednesday or whatever day. So days kind of come together. But the situation is we can't count on that P2 funding. So what we come up with two philosophies or two scenarios. If by some miracle we get P2 funding, then we know what projects we're going to do. If not, we know what we're going to do with the cash that we have on hand. Data science and let's see, the New Health, physical education. I mean, that project is moving forward. We're meeting with the designer to move forward with to approve schematic design. I think that's going to happen sometime next week. At Sussex, the data science and analytical project, we had a meeting just recently on that. We approved the programming, and that project is moving forward. At Suno, there's an upcoming selection on the university cafeteria that's going to a selection committee to get the architect on board. And the campus exterior lighting upgrade project, we just kind of kicked that off just this week, at Suno as well. Let's see, if we look at the mega shelter, that project is supposed to have a groundbreaking sometime around September. I've been speaking with FPNC on that. That's about a $20-25 million project. And it's there's a lot of work being done with GOSEF. So it's FEMA, it's money coming down from FEMA with GOSEF. So we're still working with that particular project. The new student union. Can we bring the slide down now? We just had a meeting yesterday with the new student union. We forgot us through schematic design. And this is a rendering of what you're going to look at, okay, with the new student union project coming around F Street, moving toward the building. That's that view. Where are my other slides? Oh, on the top? Okay. That's the one. Right here? Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's the if you look at this particular view of the student union, that's a view. So that's a view from F Street and E Street. This is coming across the street, going. It's a view from the bridge, going up to the new ballroom. That's going to be the ballroom that's up in the elevated ballroom. That's about 25 feet of windows that you see in the front. There's a little balcony that's there. And the designers are also looking at using as much space as underneath the stairway to make spaces where students will congregate and able to sit. So that is excellent use of the space. And we are very proud of what they've done there. This again is coming from the Memorial Quad. This is kind of heading around Harding, facing the new union. As you can see, it's going to make a statement. You know, one thing that we were always talking about is just making sure these buildings make a statement coming up for the next, decades of Southern University. This definitely will do so. So as I said, we had that meeting yesterday. It was a very successful meeting. I mean, we had also chancellors and vice chancellors and those that ran the union. They were very proud of what was done. And I got to say, their work in making sure that the programming was done properly and they were involved in it. To give an example, when the FC, or the available cost of construction, got a little bit close to what our budget was, they were the ones making the recommendations of what we can possibly cut to get it within budget. That shows that they were very involved in the program and they knew what the programming consisted of. Okay, I want to show you something else real quick since I have the slides up. We have other projects. This is basically I think this is the poetry area. You know, if you go on the backside of campus heading out, we had some of those areas that were kind of dilapidated and needed to be upgraded. We needed a facelift. So that's a project that we're doing in the backside of the campus in the ag department. I mean, the top view, of course, is as it look now. The bottom view is what we're proposing. These dollars were done with deferred maintenance dollars. So it is an incredible project that's really going to be consistent with the overall development of that particular area. Some of the situations that were inside the building, we're going to have all those renovated. As you see, the conditions on the left is where they are. This is what's proposed on the right. It's going to be very useful and utilized for the students. This is the swine farming area, and as you can see, the conditions that they are now and what we're proposing doing. And these projects are moving very quickly, and we hope to get this out to be pretty soon. So with that, I was talking to the chancellor. He said they got a large class of freshmen, so we're going to do some things to hopefully make them feel pretty good about what we're doing with the agriculture department. I always was told you never mess with people who either cook your food or grow your food. So, so we want to make sure that that's the situation. Okay, just to tell you a few more things, we are coming up on other selection committees, and I'm going to finish and be brief about it. If you guys have any questions about some things, you let me know. We have some HERC projects that we are doing. The Global Innovation and Welcome Center. I mean, that project, we expect to maybe even break ground on that sometime by the end of this year. According to facility planning control, most of those projects, there's some questions about maybe the safety building, but the Global Innovation Center, T.S. Harris Learning Hall, the outdoor amphitheater and classroom, those projects are scheduled to have groundbreaking sometime by the end of this year. The Honors Dorm, we're going to be meeting with the designer with the Honors Dorms on Monday for them to present their schematic design. And as most of you know, those projects are funded by HBCU funding, and we will be able to send our progress to the Department of Education and to our HBCU lenders, showing how far we're moving with these projects, and to be happy on. And I'm sure they'll be very pleased with that. One thing I'm going to say before I sit down is deferred maintenance. I have heard from all my chancellors about my condition with HVAC issues they've been having on their campuses. I've committed to, for the next round of funding for deferred maintenance, that's going to be our focus. Our focus will be dealing with HVAC concerns on the campuses. I've talked to Dr. Ganna. We've been talking about what we need to do at Sussler, and Dr. Ammons, I've been talking to him about what we need to do at SUNO, and I'm still talking to our Dr. McMeans about what we need to do just with A.O. Williams, which we have a lot of things that we need to get that done. And we have a project that we're going to be doing at the Law Center because of some of their HVAC issues. So that is going to be the focus. But I want to caution everyone, FPNC is not an emergency type facility. So if there's an emergency that you need something now, that's not who you call, okay? I mean, if there's a project that goes over $500,000 or even get close to $500,000, they send it to selection. They don't have selection committees every month. It's usually every other month. So what I want to manage the expectation. When there is something that is happening, FPNC has a process they go through, and it takes a little bit of time. But we are working through it. Hopefully in the next few meetings, I will be coming up with some type of maybe asset management plan so that we have a detailed plan of all the assets that we need to manage over a period of time, so that there is a list, there's a schedule, as we move forward. So I have some discussions on that. So with that, I'll stop.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews.
Yeah, just one last thing. And you and I have discussed this before, and I'm only bringing this up because we have certain legislative guests here and just want to discuss this. But originally when I got here, it was my understanding from a engineering and planning standpoint, that process of finding the right person to engineer a project and all that, we have to go to FPNC to do those things.
For the selection.
For the selection, as opposed to having our own process and policies in place so we can select them and move the projects forward, because we understand that we have to have them shovel ready to even try to get these capital outlay projects. So trying to find a way to fast track that, because you and the Southern team would know far better who's probably the best person to select for a job, right? Than maybe FPNC that's looking at the entire state. Okay. Is there a way we can look at potential legislation? Maybe a pilot program just to allow Southern University maybe to be able to do that, to fast track. And I say this because in the port world, we don't have to go to FPNC. We go ahead and we move forward. We got a project we need to get done. We need engineering, and we can move forward that way. So that way we don't have delays in some of these projects. So I would ask that we maybe look into what we could do, or there's a change in legislation possibly. And I'm kind of looking for our public affairs team to help me with this, and government affairs team. But from a legislative standpoint, I think that's something we should look at.
Yes. In fact, last year, maybe a year and a half ago, I did have a detailed conversation with Representative Ken Brass about it. And I know there's some discussions about some things that could be done. But let me just say something that we can help ourselves. One thing that we have to do, we have to improve on our ability to do assessments, assess our issues and conditions on campus. Because if we're reacting to it and then submit something to FPNC without a detailed technical or engineering assessment, when we submit it to them and they do what we ask, that's what they're going to exactly say, well, we've done what you asked us to do. The same thing with even doing programming. We were able to move forward with some of the programming, which gave great information because we were able to get somebody in to do programming before we actually had to submit a lot of things to FBNC. We were able to have a good program developed. We got to be able to have funding to get those things done. Because again, what happened in the union when that program was done with input from people on the campus, input from the users, when they needed to cut something, it was easily done. You don't have someone outside of understanding to make that happen. So because FPNC is responsible for program development, not developing the program or program completion. So what they're going to do is look at what we say we want. They're going to hire the architect. The architect said, okay, this is what they say that we want. And for as we're concerned, it's complete. We have to make sure that we put that initial effort in to have a deeper understanding of what we need. But sir, your point well taken. We only have one vote on selection committee. Let me just say that. Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Dawson? Thank you, Mr. Dawson. I would like to say that a lot of times we hear a lot of presentations, and I think one of the best presentations I hear is when someone has looked at what the state is looking for and tried to anticipate that well in advance so that their priorities can get taken care of. So I appreciate you doing it this way.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think it was a very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Any other business for facilities? Motion to adjourn, seconded. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'm going to call on the Chair of Finance Committee, Dr. Orlando Williams. Take charge of the committee, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Lawson. I would like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Dr. Orlando Williams.
Present.
Mrs. Ann Smith.
Present.
Mr. Sam Gilliam.
Present.
Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney DeMoyne Rutledge. Here. Dr. Leon Tarver. Here. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved by Ms. Reeves, second by Mr. Gilliam and Ms. Ann. All in favor? Motion passes. I have no public comments. Item 5, action item. Request approval of fiscal year 2023 to 2024 operating budgets. Mr. Gilliam.
Madam Chair, since we've had a rather extensive discussion and budget defense yesterday, I would like to move that we would approve action items A through 14.
There's a motion to move action item A, 1 through 14, and global by Mr. Gilliam. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Ann. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 6, there is no other business to come before this committee. I move for adjournment. Mr. Gilliam, second by Ms. Smith. All those in favor, we stand adjourned.
Okay, setting a little tone there. All right.
Happy birthday.
I have only one thing to warn you about. As you set that tone, you're being followed by a Baptist preacher in the next meeting. He knows how to set a tone, too. I'm going to ask the chair of the governance committee, the Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert, take charge of his committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I call the Governance Committee to order. Mr. President, roll call, please.
Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert.
Present.
Dr. Randy Whitfield.
Present.
Mrs. Christy Reeves.
Here.
Attorney Edwin Shorty.
Present.
Dr. Leon Tarver II.
Here.
Mr. Jaron Young.
Here.
Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. The chair will now entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda.
Second.
Been moved and second. Any questions? If not, all in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The agenda is adopted. Any comments from the public at this time? If not, we will move to action item 5. 5A, request approval of power-based violence sexual misconduct policy, policy number 6-001 SUS. Mr. President.
General Counsel.
Our system director for compliance, Mr. Jeremiah Sams, has updated this policy. I believe a red line was provided to the committee previously, but it streamlines it, makes it more concise, and it also, as it relates to power-based violence, it directs power-based violence allegations where it involves an employee to go through HR instead of through the Title IX office, which is in line with Regents and best practices. And then, if I can, Part B also is related, and it just takes the grievance process out of the original policy and makes it a separate document for ease. And we do anticipate the feds coming out with additional guidance in October. So this policy will be before the board again, hopefully in the near future for additional compliance as it relates to any changes that are promulgated.
Thank you very much. We've had both items 5A and B explained, but we're voting on item A first. So is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, vote by saying aye. And opposed, the ayes have it. Item 5A is adopted. We now move to action item 5B, Title IX, Farmer Grievance Procedure Policy, number 6-002, SUS. Our attorney has already explained it. So at this time, I entertain a motion. Been moved by Dr. Tarver, second by Mrs. Reeves. Is there any discussion or questions? If not, all in favor, vote by saying aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The item is adopted. Any other business to come before the committee? If not, the chair will entertain a motion for adjournment. It's been moved and second for adjournment. All in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Mr. Chairman, our governance committee. Talking about grievances. Our grieving governance committee is now adjourned.
I tell you what, if that was a grievance committee, we need to have more like that. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Tolbert. At this time, we're going to go straight to the Personnel Affairs Committee, chaired by Mr. Sam Gilliam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Personnel Affairs Committee is hereby called to order. Mr. President, please give us a roll call.
Mr. Sam Gilliam,
Present.
Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Jody Amity, Mrs. Hazel Dudley, Dr. Leon Tarver II, Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before soliciting from you a motion to adopt the agenda, we want to advise you that item C8 is being laid over and will not be considered in this committee meeting. That stated, what is your pleasure for adoption of the agenda? I hear Dr. Tarver move for adoption. Do I get a second? What do I have on my committee here? Okay, a second from Ms. Zale. The agenda is thus adopted. Those in favor, please let it be known on the side of aye. Opposing nay. Hearing none. Our agenda is thus adopted. We move to item number 4, which calls for public comments, and we have a few. If you will, we will remind each of you, please, those who are coming forth, that there is a 3-minute limit on these, and we would ask indeed that your comments would be restricted to the items within the agenda of the Personnel Affairs Committee. And the first person I have is, he knows my order, Professor Tip Fern, who is faculty senate president. It's always a pleasure to see you, sir. How have things been?
Great, wonderful.
Fantastic.
Well,
Comments?
Good morning, Board Chair,
Good
Vice
morning.
Chair, Dr. Whitfield, President Shields, and all the other distinguished board members here, faculty and staff in attendance, students listening, and everybody else. It's a great day on the campus. We, the Faculty Senate, we're very happy for some of the changes you instituted at your last board meeting. Chancellor Pierre, when he was selected as the EVP, Executive Vice President, the first thing he did was met with the Faculty Senate. After he met with us, we had a list of concerns we brought to him. He listened to us. Not only did he listen to us, he paid attention. We met with him for 3 hours. After those 3 hours, he didn't make no decision. So he came back again a week later. We called him in. And as a result, we had some simple changes, such as one of the changes it made as a chair, when you assign classes, you first had to go to your dean. Then your dean would go to academic affairs. From academic affairs, they'll send it back to the dean. So over the summer, it took me almost a month to change a name by a class because of Chancellor Pierre's decision to let the deans assign the changes to classes on the schedule. We have a building in Fisher. That building was given to us last week. There were no room numbers, nothing on there. And within 2 hours, I was able to assign about 50 room numbers to that one. So these are the changes we've seen coming. Why did that happen? Because he hired people within the campus. He promoted, and you will see on the list today that's been promoted, that's been sent to you, that he hired within the campus. And some of this personnel that have been hired within the campus, we're going to see great things coming from them. So Chancellor Pierre, we want to thank you, and the board, we want to thank you again. I'll be very brief. And also to one of the things I'm going to say right now, a lot of young faculty members, they were planning to leave. And I told them at our our faculty senate meeting yesterday, do not leave. Give this board and Chancellor Pierre a chance to make it right because the ship has been wrong. And we will come back to our pre-glory days under Chancellor Pierre and this new set of people in academic affairs. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Devine. The next person up is Professor Albert Samuels. Please come forward, sir. And again, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Chairman Lawson, Mr. President Chancellor, to distinguished members of the Southern University Board of Supervisors. I, I, I come actually sharing good news and good tidings. I wanted comment on item 7 just real briefly, and I just wanted to uh, uh, commend our new uh, our new chancellor slash EV, whatever you are over here, for the consultations that he's had with with faculty and other stakeholders, and so a lot of what you see here in this packet is the result of of conversations and the deliberations that are really assessing the needs of the campus, and that is manifested in some of these recommendations. I just want to mention a couple of people in particular that I think that are really worthy of these appointments. It's good to see people who have been working in these vineyards for many years to kind of get the due that they deserve. I think that Dr. Alberta Lawson is one of the smartest people on this campus, and she's going to do wonderful things in the graduate school. It's good to see Ms. Jelana Turner, who's worked real hard in the registrar's office to get this opportunity to lead that unit, and she's going to do well. I have very high regard for Dr. Laura Young, and I'm really excited about the opportunity that she's going to be given to give some leadership to academic affairs. And I can't say enough about my good friend, Dr. Reva Hines, who I want to thank my dean for recommending her to assume this new role in to lead the part of public administration. She'll be overseeing really 3 programs. She is a graduate of that program. It's really dear and dear to her heart. I think she's going to bring a lot of great leadership in that program. I'm going to actually miss her in political science. We kind of came in together, but I know she's going to do really wonderful things in there, and it's good to see good people rewarded. And so I'm just really excited about the direction. We got some ways to go, but I'm really excited about the direction that we're going, and I'm done.
Thank you very much, Professor Sam. The next individual up is Professor Stephanie Britton. Am I calling it correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Professor, pleasure to have you with us.
Good morning, Chairman, Board, Mr. Shields, Southern University community.
I'm Stephanie Britton, a graduate from Southern University's College of Engineering, 1997, with a degree in electrical engineering. I'm also the Microsoft executive sponsor, not for Southern University, but for the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And I'm here to say that I am very much in support of the hiring of Dr. Martin for the Dean of the College of Engineering. Um, I'm excited about just the direction of the college. Some of us from the College of Engineering have gotten together and put together a Southern University Engineering Alumni Scholars Program because we want to help Southern University to graduate more engineers in electrical or in engineering, electrical because I love electrical, but engineering. And in my role as an engineer at Microsoft, I work closely with the president of Microsoft because there's a workforce gap in cybersecurity. We have almost 800,000 cyber jobs in the United States that are unfilled, and 3.5 million cyber jobs in the world that are currently unfilled. Which is really a problem, right? We need to make sure that our critical infrastructure is secure, right? And engineers are going to be a part of making that happen. Engineers, computer scientists, and not only do we have workforce issues or gaps in cybersecurity, but in IT altogether. So I'm super excited about the Southern University Board choosing Dr. Martin as the new leader. I support Southern University, and I think that Microsoft, as a partner of Southern University, is in support of this hiring as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Over. So if someone's speaking to that item on the agenda, it's not on the agenda anymore. It was laid over. Okay.
Please be advised, I think we have 3 or 4 more individuals. And indeed, if that was the essence of your comment, well, you can make that consideration. We could still allow them the opportunity to comment, but please be advised of the fact that that item is not on the agenda. Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
I believe
my name is Corey Harris. A lot of you may know me. I'm a special agent with the FBI in New Orleans. But I'm going to take that hat off today because I'm not speaking as a special agent. So, again, I graduated in 1987 in electrical engineering. I am part of the Southern University Engineering Alumni Society. I'm one of the core members. I'm responsible for, I'm the lead for the advocacy and mentorship program. We're bringing in, we have 11 students that have reported to Southern University that were selected. These are high performing students. As an advocate, I want to ensure that these students get through the system here at Southern University. So any type of adversity or advice that they need, we have a team of individuals that have been assigned to be sponsors or to be advisors. Our mentorship program, we have individuals that are out working in corporate America that we're partnering them up with so that they could get advice and guidance on their career path that they choose. Again, you know, we went through the entire process of hiring a dean. We need to make sure that we get someone that is forward thinking, someone that's going to make sure that our engineering program is aligned with what the industry is looking for. Thank you.
Agent Harris, thank you very much for coming forward. Let's see, the next, I possibly have these out of order, so I have
no problem.
Just announce who you are now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. To the board and everyone. So I'm Corey Taylor. I'm a 1994 graduate of electrical engineering. I'm also an engineering manager in the industry now. Matter of fact, we're one of the companies that one of the other gentlemen mentioned before, BASF. So we're always looking for good people there. But we've been working part of this, our C's organization, the Alumni Association, to bring in some really good students. As Corey Harris mentioned, we're bringing in 11 this fall. These are really good students, average ACT score of 27. average GPA of 3.9. And we really had to really work hard to flip some of these students from other HBCUs that they were going to. Right, they were going to some of our friendly competitors, and we were able to flip those students to come here to Southern University. Right, so we're really working with them to come in and be successful. Also, I have a vested interest. My son is actually starting his junior year in electrical engineering here. He's done 2 internships, so he's had a good experience. But it's very important that the dean we bring in comes in and actually makes an impact, so we can really compete. Right, I see that every day at work. I talk to HR managers about what we need to do to bring in more students to our company to work, and they really want to see really good output from Southern University, right? And I think so. It's some things we could do to really help that. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Professor Taylor. The next person, let's see. Somebody has dropped out, I believe. So who is speaking to us, sir?
Okay. Howard White.
Okay, Mr. White, it's a pleasure to have you before us.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Chairman Lawson, President Shields, and board. As I reflect back to engineering, I think back to my days here as an engineer, mechanical engineering grad, as a board member. What engineering taught me, the deans and the professors that cared, the alumni that cared, the alumni that mentored us. A little over a year ago, well, about 2 years ago now, Mr. Lee Hampton ran into him at an event in Houston, alumni event. He said, "Hey, Howard, we need help." Since that time, when I look back, I had about 10 to 15 unbillable hours every week that I'm trying to help this department. I ask myself, why? And then I look at students, projects like you hear about, going to compete to build cars, conversations with NASCAR, the energy they have. That's my why. But the challenge I have is when we sit down and we spend time putting together a leadership roundtable, we have over 60 stakeholders, a third of those corporations saying your output is not good enough. The direction has to change, and it has to change soon because we have to make a business decision where we invest our time and resources. Southern is falling off that list. And so we have to make a change. If no change is made, then that is telling our stakeholders that we are choosing not to move in the direction that they want. There was a process that we went through. We had a chance to have lunch with the 3 finalists that decided to come to campus. All were great candidates. As SEES members, we actively said, hey, we're going to stay out of the process. As engineers, we are taught if there's a process, let the process work. And then make a decision and move forward. The candidate that was chosen, when I sat down with him and I heard his heart, I heard a Dean Burrell, who was my dean. I heard a George Sims, who recruited me, because I asked him the question, why would you come here with your credentials? He said, I was charged by one of my mentors that I have to do for somebody else what he did for me. So I challenge us as we move forward, and I say us because we're still there. Please make a decision and let's move forward so we can grow engineering back to where it used to be as the #1 producer of Black engineers.
Thank you so very much, Professor White. The next individual I have, is this Mr. Professor Hampton?
Not Professor. I am Lee Hampton, though.
Okay.
Good morning, all. My name is Lee Hampton. I am the chairman of the Southern University Engineering Alumni Society, also known as SEES. Matthew 7:16, you shall know them by their fruit. And so what you heard today was fruit of SEES. You heard volunteers and you heard them talk about what they have already achieved, not what they're planning. I'd love to take the opportunity at some point in the future to tell you about what we're planning for the future. It will blow your mind. And it can also serve as a model for other colleges to move their colleges forward as well. What motivated SEES? I must tell this story. Dr. Sahu placed a phone call to Corey Harris, who spoke earlier, and he said the engineering alums have not stepped up to the plate like we need them to. And Corey placed a phone call to me,
And I can sometimes get an attitude. So I said, who does Dr. Sahu thinks he is telling alums and chastising us? I will be forever grateful for that chastisement because it was much needed. In my role, I've had an opportunity to speak to over 500 alums in the last 12 months, engineering alums at Southern University, not an exaggeration. I've spoken to over 25 companies who should be engaged, were once engaged, or are engaged with Southern University engineering program. I've talked to government agencies, I've talked to foundations and other universities. I understand the temperature of the water. I was educated under Dean Burrell here at Southern University. I was also educated under Harold Martin at North Carolina A&T. Those two gentlemen have one thing in common. They both presided over the number one producer of black engineers in the nation, one at Southern, one at North Carolina A&T. I sat at the feet of both of those individuals. Dr. Martin was actually my project sponsor for my master's project. He's also my fraternity brother. I'm just going to throw that out there. So what I'm saying is I don't see as well as I normally used to see, but I can recognize the characteristics of a great dean. Dr. Martin, Dr. Leon Martin has those characteristics. I also had the privilege of being the co-chair of the search committee along with Dr. Brown. We are lucky to have Dr. Brown. The process was transparent, it was tight, and there was no interference from anyone, not Dr. Sahu, not President Shields. I do not operate that way. I'm only 150 pounds, but I can transform into the Hulk. So I can assure you there was no interference. Let me talk about alignment real quickly. So alignment to me means this. Out of the search committee, which was predominantly staff and faculty, 12 of the 15 members, the number one candidate coming out of the search committee was Dr. Martin. We had over 100 alums participate in Q&A. We did a survey. The number one candidate coming out of that was Dr. Martin. Dr. Sahu did an independent assessment after interviewing all candidates. The number one candidate coming out of that was Dr. Martin. That's what I call alignment. I ask that you respect alignment.
Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. The last thing I want to say is I'm meeting at 2 o'clock with Dr. Calvin Hart. He is the VP of Nucor Energy. I have been fielding calls every week from a number of companies trying to figure out how long is this process going to take. It is taking us a while. They're getting concerned. There's an urgency to this. We have established relationships with companies, foundations. They're watching to see what we do. So I tell you, the world is watching. And I'm going to leave you with one thing from Spike Lee. Do the right thing.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Hampton. I have one other card here, but I don't see another person approaching the podium.
She had to go back and work with the students. It's Janet Miles.
Very admirable. Okay, thank you very much. And thanks to all of those who have taken time from your busy schedules and shared your comments with us today. We move now to action items, and that's item 5. We have action items A through F, and members of the committee here, what is your pleasure? I have a motion from Dr. Williams that we would accept these items in globo. Do I have a second? A second from Dr. Tara. Action items A through F have thus been moved and second. Those in favor, please let it be known by sign of aye.
Mr. Chair, you doing it global. I'm going to recuse myself on this vote.
Okay.
Personnel things.
Please let the record show that Chairman Lawson has recused himself from participating in this particular motion. Okay. Did my motion pass? Yes. Those in favor, sign of aye. Opposers, nay. This motion, these action items are thus approved. We move to item number 6, other business. Is there any other business to be brought before the Personnel Affairs Committee? Grievance? Hearing none, let's move on to item number 7, adjournment. Motion been moved that we would adjourn, and second by Mr. Zadell Duffy. The Personnel Affairs Committee is thus adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, we'll go directly into the Southern University Board of Supervisors meeting. Item number 1, call to order. Mr. Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Myron K. Lawson,
Present.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield, Attorney Jody Amity, Ms. Zell Dudley, Mr. Raymond Fondell Jr., Mrs. Maple Gaines, Mr. Sam Gilliam, Mr. Paul Matthews, Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Des Moines Rutledge, Attorney Edwin Shorty, Mrs. Ann A. Smith, Dr. Leon R. Tarver II, Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert, Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Jiron Young. We have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 3, adoption of the agenda. Are there any modifications to the agenda as printed? Mr. President. Seeing no one approach the agenda, I see that it's been moved by Reverend Talbot, properly second by Mr. Matthews. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye. Opposed, that motion carries. Item number 4, any public comments pertinent to the agenda as adopted? Seeing no one approach the agenda, we'll go to item number 5, action items. A, approval of the minutes for the July 21st, 2023. Move on item number 5 by Mr. Rutledge. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Item number 6, resolutions. Mr. Secretary. Okay, on the action item?
You had a move by Mr. Rutledge, but you didn't get a second.
That was seconded by Mr. Shorty.
Okay.
Thank you,
Just didn't hear.
Counselor. Yes. Okay, item number 6, resolution, Mr. Secretary, President Shields.
August 23rd, resolutions. Judge Tammy Stewart family.
You moved on item 5, did you?
No, I just moved on item 5A, approval of the minutes, not B, C, and D.
Okay, I thought you were moving on 5. We'll go back and let's go back and recant that motion. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Counselor.
That's trying to confuse me.
Yes.
B through E.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recognized. I'd like to offer.
Why don't you want to withdraw your motion and state the intent of your motion? So we'll go back.
If he moves for 5A, B, and C, I'd like to offer a substitute motion.
Okay, you have a motion for 5A, B, and C. Did I get a second on that motion? On 5A, B, and C? Okay, properly seconded by Dr. Tarver. Now I have a motion to substitute to the motion.
No, I think Reverend Talbot's motion was for action items 5A,
B, and C.
B through E.
B through E.
Yeah,
Okay,
because you have done A already.
We've already done A. Okay.
Okay, so your motion's B through E.
Yes.
And it's properly seconded by Dr. Tarver.
I withdraw my motion and we just,
Okay.
I didn't know.
Thank you.
So your motion's 5A.
Yeah, we've already carried
Okay,
that.
so we carried that. Now we'll go to item 5B.
So moved.
A motion's made by
Second.
Mr. Rutledge, properly seconded by Mr. Matthews. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye. Opposed, motion carries. Motion on 5C, request approval. Moved by Board Member Rutledge, properly seconded by Vice Chairman Whitfield. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item number 5D, request approval for reorganization, SUS, SUBR, modification of John Pierre's additional title from interim executive vice president to interim executive vice chancellor of the SUBR campus, reinstatement of Dr. Ammons as executive vice president of the Southern University System, recommendation to deconsolidate the roles of the president chancellor and initiation of a search for the new chancellor of the SUBR campus. Do I have a motion
Yes, I
made
move.
by Dr. Tarver,
Yes.
probably seconded by board member Fondale? Discussion.
Discussion on the motion.
Okay, well, ask you want to make a comment, President Shealy? We can discuss. Okay.
So I got to have at least brief conversations about this with a significant number of the board members. Um, here's the position that I take. There is much work to be done, both as the system president and as the chancellor of the Baton Rouge campus. And as I think I've told each of you, what you call the lead person on the Baton Rouge campus under the president um, is not it's semantics to me. Um, some of you feel very powerfully that the term chancellor needs to be associated with that position. Some think it's better to not have a separate chancellor for SUBR. I would say this. The experience that I've had with Chancellor Pierre over the last 3 weeks as he stepped into that role is an exemplar of the model that would need to be followed. He's been on the ground, moving things along, but in continuous contact with me. We both ascribe to the position that he and I can disagree and we can have the conversation. But once the conversation is done and the decision is made, we're all on the same page. Historically, I think that was a point of conflict when the titles were separated. The Baton Rouge campus desperately needs day-to-day attention. The system desperately needs day-to-day attention. If we're going to make this the legacy of this era of this university, this great university, achieve all it can, we need to figure out how this structure so that it can happen. And I'm comfortable with the choice of the board. Now, the last thing I'd say to you is, and I'll give my gratitude to Vice President Apini, because as we were preparing for this meeting, we were messing with all these titles. He raised the little subject of SAC COC. And so we have to make sure we sequence how we do this appropriately so a red flag is not sent up to SAC COC. So you can't have two chancellors at the same time. That's a problem. So we got to sequence this. If that's the sense of the board that they want the title to be a chancellor, then we need to sequence it as an executive vice chancellor at this point and then move as the title of chancellor later.
I think I saw Dr. Tarver, then Attorney Shorty, Attorney Rutledge, and Dr. Tarver after that.
I move to adopt the recommendation after careful review of the letter that was submitted by the president and after discussions with a large number of board members and some faculty members and some members of the faculty senate. And as everyone is aware, the current arrangement that we had was introduced by me some 8 years ago to create the president, chancellor, president, executive vice president model. Actually, two titles. It was executive vice president and executive vice chancellor, corresponding to the president of two titles, president, chancellor. And we've had some 8 years to look at that model through many different changes in this board and this university. And more recently, since Dr. Shields or President Shields has been here, we've had an opportunity to further examine how that functioned over the past year. And it caused me to also stop and take a look to reevaluate whether or not the model that I had introduced and the board adopted was very applicable to what we have now. I recognized immediately that it wasn't so much trying to make a structure to fit the university, but rather trying to fit people to a structure. And so, since we selected a president who has a different background from other presidents we've had, and he's come here to acculturate to this environment to to make the best contribution he could make under the circumstances. Even with his delivery to us a couple of months ago, that we really needed to pay look at another model in terms of what is possible and what is needed on the Baton Rouge campus. So I began to reassess my position with respect to President, Executive Vice President, and move towards the adoption of the idea of a chancellor for the Baton Rouge campus because it is such a much larger one. There are needs for the campus itself, and we keep getting feedback from faculty members and others about the whole question of communications and how the system functions and the decision-making process. And so I recognize that the difference between the two positions was these. The president, the executive vice president, and the executive vice chancellor as one, was reporting directly to the president. And that, in a way, sort of curved around the board. The board was continuously trying to adapt to how that decision process was working. And so far, at this moment, it didn't appear that it was working to the convenience of the campus. And it also placed an unusual burden on the president. So I began to reassess that and said, well, perhaps it's time now to rethink this. And so I did in my way and concluded that the idea of having a president of the system and a chancellor for the Baton Rouge campus was perhaps more in keeping with where we would be going for the future, based on the skill sets of the people we're talking about involved and the opportunity to bring in people that can fit what the new demands are on the administration and the direction the university is going.
That's my explanation.
Okay, Board Member Shorty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reviewed the letter from the president, and it raised a number of questions in my mind. And I've talked to a number of my fellow board members about this, but it seems to me that a lot of the issues that we feel exist on the Baton Rouge campus predate President Shields. Not only do they predate President Shields, but they predate the merger of the positions, as Dr. Tarver discussed. And I'm not sure that the merger of these two positions resolves the issues that we have discussed. As the president mentioned, it is a bit of a semantic issue that I think has taken probably more time of this board than it should have taken, in just determining whether or not these two positions should be together or separate. But I would ask you, does it resolve some of the basic customer service issues that you all hear about and that we often complain about? I don't know if it resolves them. In fact, I'm pretty certain it doesn't resolve them. The other thing is, a number of you have waxed poetically about the needs of the Baton Rouge campus and the desire to have someone deal with the day-to-day issues on the Baton Rouge campus. This particular agenda item would split those two positions, but it also continues to allow the chancellor in New Orleans to hold a dual position. So I would submit to you that if Baton Rouge needs a full-time chancellor, New Orleans needs a full-time chancellor, not someone who has to split his time with issues on the Baton Rouge campus, because those same issues relate not just to Baton Rouge, but to New Orleans as well. The other thing I'd like to know is, what are the financial implications of this? I don't know what happens. What's a new chancellor's salary range going to be? What's the funding source, and how we deal with that? We may have money for facilities, but you can't retask all that money to salaries. So I think we should be mindful of what this does to the bottom line. Now, probably in the big scheme of things, that's probably not the biggest issue. Not to say financial issues aren't always prominent as they should be, but in the size of the budget, it's probably not the overwhelming thing. But I get what everyone's concerns are. I do. I just don't see. I just don't know if this resolves it, because those everyday customer service issues that we often complain about are not going to be resolved by splitting those positions. It sounds to me, and I subscribe to this. The lawyer and had his making me choose my words very carefully. It sounds to me like we wanted to make sure that we had the right personnel and infrastructure around the president to make sure that the Baton Rouge campus runs much more smoothly than it does. And now a fire seems to have been lit where we are working towards having a better infrastructure to support those needs and concerns. And again, my issue is I don't know if the day-to-day things that we all hear about are resolved because of this issue. Thank you.
Okay, next I think I saw Attorney Rutledge. Then we're going to come around this way, starting with Ms. Ann Smith.
So, Mr. Shorty touched upon some of the things that I'm greatly concerned about, and I think we're sort of getting the cart before the horse here with some of what we're being asked to do today. Frankly, I did not leave the last meeting thinking that we were going to be asked to do this at today's meeting until I got this Thursday morning that I discussed with the chairman, conveyed to him my concerns. I kind of know where this train is headed, but I think we need to do this in such a way that our constituencies and other important stakeholders understand what we're doing and why we're doing it, and that we're able to message and address the larger issues that accompany this. It's going to be very difficult for us to say that our president can't manage a system and the Baton Rouge campus with 7,000 students and the guy across town is managing a system in a Baton Rouge campus with 31,000 students. I'm not smart enough to articulate that. Secondly, the person that we have in the job has a contract that says he is the president and chancellor. So it seems to me if we're going to separate this position, I would like to see what the changes in that contract are going to look like. And if his duties are going to be reduced, is his compensation going to be reduced? All right. And I think those are conditions precedent to just, there's no backup to this. Now, for those of us who sat in yesterday's budget hearing, the Baton Rouge campus is on a very thin financial footing, for lack of a better term. And it's heavily dependent on our projected student enrollment count, which we're behind on. If you compare where we are to date last year, the president admitted in the budget discussions that at best he hopes to be flat. All right. And so we're going to create a new position that's going to be a substantial amount of money with both salary and benefits for which we have no budget for. So before I vote for this, I would like to see what the budget implications are going to be, what that structure is going to look like, what the accompanying contractual obligations that we have to the person who's currently in the position, so we can vote on all that at once. Because if we rush to vote this today and start advertising for a chancellor without any of this having been resolved, and we in a month or two from now we have a uh-oh moment, where does that put us? And so if it's the will of the majority to separate it, I get that. I'm not going to fight that. All right? But I think, colleagues, we need to be a little bit more deliberate about this and need to pay attention to some of the details that ought to be before us and accompany a decision of this magnitude. And at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a substitute motion to take out the separation of the position and the initiation of a search, and we can bring this back in September with a new contract for him and what those budget implications look like. And I don't think that's too much to ask for.
Yes.
I don't believe this document here says anything about a search.
Yes, search.
It says initiation.
Yeah,
That's a process.
Developing it. It's developing the process.
What, is he opposed to the process or to the search? He said he was opposed to the search. Are you opposed to the process?
I don't think I was. I don't think what I said lacked clarity, Dr. Tarvin. I want us. The initiation of a search means just that. The initiation. We're going to begin a search for a chancellor. All right. Let me finish. Let me answer your question. All right. So I plan to offer a substitute motion so everybody is clear that we will bring this back in September. And before I vote to separate these positions, I want to see some projection from Mr. McClinton or somebody that says this is what we think this is going to cost the Baton Rouge campus. That's number one. And number two, I want to see a new contract that Mr. DeQueer and our council works up with the president that clearly outlines what his duties are going forward before we arbitrarily separate this position without nothing.
Now this, you had it, but it's her turn. You had your turn.
Yes.
Come on.
I know you're not for this, but I want
Board member Smith, come on.
Thank you. As I've heard the discussion, it becomes even more confusing. However, I continue to hear SAC-COC come in, and there is a question mark with SAC-COC. My question is, have we gotten an accurate communication from SAC-COC? And what are they recommending? I would like to know that. Along with all of the other discussions, I need to know because I'm very, very much in favor of having a chancellor for Southern University Baton Rouge campus. We need that, but we need to be accurate in our discussions.
Let me say this. We talked about this last month. This is no surprise that this was going to come up this month. You may have missed it. Dr. Penning, is Dr. Penning here? He writes the book for us. We went through a period, and this is what he does for a living. Mm-hmm. I trust his judgment. I had that conversation that he's addressing some concerns about. And Board Member Shorty, to your question about what it costs us a lot. This costs us a lot because we've lost students under this current model. We have a president who says that he needs help to focus on this campus. So how much does it cost us? It's costing us students. It's costing us morale because people overwork. It's costing us positions that have been unfilled for several months. Under the new approach, just in 1 month, you see the PFs just roll through here to fill critical positions. I don't know what more I can do than we did last month. We were clear about this was happening. The president is telling us his suggestion. You heard from the Faculty Senate today. You heard from multiple people from the Faculty Senate that say we want a chancellor. I don't know how much clearer it can be.
Right.
What does it cost us? It costs us the loss of students. I'm telling you what I've seen just with Professor Pierre, our chancellor, being here. We've saved whatever they cost for us because of initiation. How many long lines have you seen out here? I could show you long lines a year ago. I can show you challenges that we have. So what does it cost us? It costs us enrollment. It costs us maintenance around this campus. It costs us not being able to talk to our faculty senate partners and staff as he's doing now. So it's cost us employees because they're underpaid. That's what it's costing us. So if we want to look at the big picture, it has cost us this current model. Go ahead.
Okay.
Dr. Penny, come up. I want to make sure he addresses your question.
My question is, again, have we directly communicated with SACS? I'm asking that question because it is important to the university, to the system, to everything. And what was recommended from SACS? I really wait. I'm just asking, and I have a right to ask. I really, really have a lot of respect for Dr. Pennin and his opinion, but I would like to know facts at this point. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chairman. So first, Dr. Monaghan, if you would give that document to Dr. Renee. It's just a one pager, front and back, and that way it at least provides a framework of response. And I will respond directly to your questions because I ran into this conversation 2 days ago when we were going over the board agenda. President always takes the leadership team through the board agenda. So it's my first time at that time seeing this item. And that's why I alerted the president that we may need to be cautious about the fact of having two chancellors at one time. It's like a seat. You can't have two people sitting in that seat at the same time. So that triggered part of the conversation. The second part was I had Dr. Monaghan immediately pull up what the SACS document says about CEO control. So it's not an opinion of Dr. Penings. It's what SACS says. And number three, we, all of our campuses, but specifically the Baton Rouge campus, and Dr. Ammons probably remembers this, we were challenged when we responded to the decennial reaffirmation in 2020 because we had that president chancellor model. And we went through that the first time, we were found in noncompliance. And we had to come back with a focus report to really delineate the separation of those two positions. That was a challenge for us. We made it, but that was a very, very hard lift to make. So I'll just go through very quick. It's not a long document.
Uh,
Could you restate your question, please?
My question was, have we directly communicated with SACS in this discussion? Because it is important to the system and to the Baton Rouge campus. And what, after the discussion, what was the recommendation or the comments that SACS personally gave us for this particular issue? And I said also, and I am for us having a chancellor. I've been the number one person saying I want a chancellor at the Baton Rouge campus. That was my question.
Thank you. And Chairman, I'm sorry.
No, we have not had conversations with SACS at this point.
That's right.
Because it wasn't, in my view, we hadn't really decided what we were going to do yet. The board had it act.
Okay. Thank you.
but so your point, this is SACS opinion right here.
Yeah.
Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith.
Pardon me?
This is what SACS says is what we're doing. I don't know what we're missing, and you're right on point, Ms. Smith. Quiet as it kept, we had a chancellor before this model. The challenging part was the model we converted to. We had a chancellor, quiet as it kept. And maybe nobody knew it, but I knew it. This is the guy that handles SACS concerns. It's in writing here. I'm not much clearer it can be. So we're going to go to Reverend Talbot. Oh, you finished, Ms. Smith? I'm sorry.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Mr. Talbot, Dr. Talbot.
I guess I'll refer back to some comments I made before we selected the president about this same issue. And I don't know what would be the proper group or agency, maybe AGB or someone. I think we need to do a study, as I asked for early on, about the model that we have, so that we can really get some expert opinions and they would have the input of SACS and all. I am totally against the president-chancellor model, but that may be the best thing when we get the study information back. And then I'm going to do what is recommended. But I said this months ago that we should do a study before we rush in anything. Because let me tell you another issue I have. Today we're going to reinstate the executive vice president of the system, who's the chancellor at New Orleans.
Okay.
You know, if we need an executive vice president, which I think the president does, is there somebody else at the system level who could be interim executive vice president over against putting another chancellor back in the position again?
I'm going to let the president address this, but this is what we're doing to correct. This is what the guy is taking us
Yeah,
through all
and
our
I understand that
processes.
we can't have two chancellors. That's what
Right.
y'all did the last time. Maybe it was two chancellors.
And he just said the problem, potential problem that we had to overcome is going to this current system we're in now.
But I can understand the interim appointment of an executive vice chancellor, which will solve the dilemma we have right now. But I do not understand reinstating the executive vice president at SUNO with him having to try to run that campus, and we have other persons who could be interim executive vice president.
Okay.
I do have a challenge with that.
You want to address that, Mr. President?
Sure. One of the things that we must have is a chief academic officer at the system level.
Yes.
And that is the role that Dr. Ammons has been fulfilling in that position. And as we figure out the rest of this, it seems to me that we still need to have that chief academic officer in place for accreditation purposes as we grind through and do these other things.
Well, if we do Dr. Ammons, can that be interim executive vice president so it doesn't seem so permanent?
Sure.
Yeah, that's
and it's
good,
not
yeah.
the
It is
executive.
interim. The intent is to do a search.
So we don't want to reinstate. We just want to appoint him interim executive vice president for the academic function that's needed at the
That's
system level, and not initiate a search for a chancellor, which I'm for, until we do a study. And leave it as it is with the interim vice.
So we need
interim executive vice
so
chancellor.
to the executive vice chancellor. So you're good with that one?
He's
Which is
interim
what it is.
executive vice chancellor, right?
Okay. So
Let's leave that like it is. I think it's working. We saw that this morning. Yeah. That Chancellor Pierre is doing an excellent job.
you headed somewhere, okay?
With the Baton Rouge
I'm
campus.
with
So
you.
leave that there until the study is complete to determine how we proceed
So
over
who are
against.
you assuming would do the study? Because studies may take 7-8 months if we're going through
Well,
ATV.
if that's what it takes, I'd rather do that than make a mistake that'll cost us for years.
Yeah. What we got to do and got to be
I mean,
mindful of.
AGB or somebody.
Here's what we have to be mindful of.
Okay.
The chancellor is the chancellor of the law center. The law center needs attention.
Yes.
And if we delay this and delay this, then we're putting unusual amount of pressure on him in the role he's serving in. And I think you're from the faculty senate. He's doing a very good job. I'm not opposed. If we need to think it out a little bit more, that's fine. But I don't know how much more of these questions coming up in the meeting.
Yeah.
We need to think it out. I'm suggesting to you that as we're approaching the fall, and you know what happens in the fall, things, football and everything else, the holidays, it's not going to be in the interest of this campus, I promise you. We have an unusual amount of vacancies. I don't know if people are catching that. We went a year without someone appointed to deal with our online education.
Is that somebody can be interim vice chancellor?
That's what he's doing now. Because
Interim,
he was too big.
interim chancellor at the law center? He just quit SUBL.
He said you need an interim chancellor in Baton Rouge. That's been the case. Anyway, we're going to come back around. I know there's a lot of discussion. Board member Dr. Orlando Williams.
But I need to finish. I think Dr. Pierre objects to my last recommendation. Yes. I want to hear him.
All right. So here's
Don't
my
go too far, Dr. Penny.
Here's my perspective. I think you may be right in the sense of if the concern of the board, I'm just taking this from a global perspective, is okay, now we've got a person at SUNO, as I heard my alum, Attorney Shorty, say, wait a minute, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I think I'm hearing him, right? So maybe it is appropriate, say interim executive vice president. And if until all of this is, because this requires a lot of thought,
Yes.
a lot of studying, and I'm going to defer to my alums who I think I have done a pretty decent job of teaching them how to think through things. Although Rutledge will tell you he never actually had a class with me. But I think this is a very important point. And it may be best to do it that way because this is such a critical time. And let me tell you why I think it's a critical time. We really have to start preparing for 2024 in terms of enrollment. We have been working to close a gap that we saw several weeks ago in terms of enrollment for 2023. And I think we can close that gap and put us on strong footing. But here's the real challenge. With the two recent or the decisions in the Harvard case and the University of North Carolina, HBCUs will be getting a number of applications from students who did not think about HBCUs before. And we have to be ready on so many levels for those students. And Mr. Shorty is right in the sense that simply having an executive vice chancellor will not change the dynamics about customer service. Simply. However, with the right processes, which I do believe it's not about me, the people who support me from the law center. Here's the key. I've had tremendous support from law center people who said we can improve these processes for the Baton Rouge campus. And if we can do that, we can get on the way. This is a process that we have to be very, very focused on. It's not about semantics. It's not about personalities. This is about the future of the Southern University system. And no matter what people say, I'm going to tell you right now, we are all going to have challenges throughout the system. And we have a very historic place in history. And so having that historic place in history requires us to give maybe an inordinate amount of time to think about this. And this is the time to do it. That's all I have to say.
So what did
we'll
you
go
just
there. We'll
say?
have to see Board Member Williams. You were next. Then we'll go to Board Member Dudley, and we'll go to Board Member Tolbert after that. Did I pass you by, Board Member Gilliam? Board Member Gilliam, did I pass you by? Okay. Board Member Williams.
Yeah, I do have some concern, and I know I spoke with the president, and he's trying to do all that we've asked him to do, and I don't think that we've given enough time to put that in place. To what my colleague is saying over here, I think we are rushing. Although all of us want to see the chancellor here in the president chancellor system, which can work because it works for the LCTCS system. And you have the president of the system as well as the chancellor of the BRCC Community College on the same properties. So it can work if the split is done correctly. I have a problem with us having, and nothing against you, Dr. Ammons, but there are too many issues at Suno that we would do something like this. And then he's in New Orleans, going to be expected to come to Baton Rouge to handle issues here. Something is going to not go through. And that is those students and faculty at Southern University, New Orleans. I can't, with a good heart, as an alum of Suno, nor as a person that is vested at Suno, sit here and vote for something like that. Because, again, I don't take it against him or his expertise. It is not fair because Suno has so many ways and so many times been treated like the stepchild till we're going to do just what we just undid to try to help them, and now we do it again. It's a problem. I have this just one question. When Dr. Ammons was here before in the position, he held vice president of the system, and then what was the other title that you held in Baton Rouge?
Yes. Executive Vice Chancellor.
And so my question is, if we need a chief financial chief academic officer, why can't we just appointed an interim vice chancellor of academic affairs? Why can't she hold both positions in an interim? Because we're not talking about a long period of time. She is the chief academic officer stationed here in Baton Rouge. And so why she can't do it?
Why don't we do this? Here's what I want to do. We're gonna get information from Dr. Penning, AGB, and we may have to call a meeting in 2 weeks.
I agree.
I
A
know
special meeting.
that this is gonna have to be done. This is gonna be priority. I see, Board Member Rutledge. So we will. I'm never gonna be against waiting because I think this. And I'm good with this discussion. By the way, this is what we should be about. There's no rubber stamping. I'm good with that.
And
So
since it was still my
how
turn
we-
to talk, can I make
Yeah.
that motion that we defer this item for 2 weeks and call a special meeting to discuss the future of the Southern University system?
And this will be the only item on the agenda.
May I raise a point of order,
we have
Mr.
a
Chairman?
we have a
Point of order?
let's point of order.
Okay.
What's your point of order? You got to
Board
stop discussion. You see.
Board Member Williams, would you at least allow for the appointment of Chancellor Pierre as the interim executive vice chancellor today?
Yes, today.
And then we defer the remainder of these items.
For 2 weeks. I do.
Now,
Whoever
wait a
said-
minute. That's the problem. Let me hear from Dr. Penning first.
Dr. Penning.
And then after we hear from you,
Because my
Dr. Tubbs,
motion's
you go
on the
ahead.
floor, yeah.
You still have a motion on the floor? That's your substitute then. But let me hear Dr. Tubbs. And then
I'm
you
going to help you all out.
Help us out.
Okay, Dr.
get
Tava,
this straight now,
let's listen
okay?
up. Yeah.
Speak into the
Let
mic
me-
and talk slow.
Loud like you. Here's what I failed to say at the end of my comments, and it went to the question raised by Ms. Smith. To initiate the process, in order to initiate the process, you got to go through SACS. You have to declare that that's what you want to do. So that's what had not yet been done because the will of the board hadn't been decided.
Right.
If we decided we wanted a post, we would still then have to approach SACS about this process for review. So the search couldn't begin until after you would have cleared with SACS. Now, in light of this broad discussion, I want to withdraw my motion on this issue in order that we can modify it to, because what you suggested was what I thought we had done when we named the gentleman to the post in the first place, in the interim post, because he had a charge of academic affairs on that campus. So I don't know that necessarily required any other motion. It was only when we were trying to adopt in this larger motion the president's recommendation. And so it seems to me it's appropriate now for me to withdraw that motion, and then we now come to some conclusion on what direction we want to go in.
Let me. Orlando has a motion on the floor. I think it's been probably said. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna recess for about 10 minutes, and I want council and Dr. Penning and the president will all talk, and then we'll come back with a recommendation. How's that? 10-minute recess. Okay.
What y'all gonna discuss?
college, the honors college, etc. So we are in a position to move forward. So I would suggest that we not make any moves at this point in time and really allow for this board to have a very robust and well-informed discussion in the not too distant future. We're positioned, we can start for these number of these positions, we can start searches without resolving all of the higher level governance positions. So that's my recommendation.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the floor? You say. Okay, so we have two motions on the floor now. Did you make the original motion?
I made the original, so he can make a substitute.
That we suspend. That the intent is to suspend the motion and to allow the president, as we deliberate. Now we'll call a meeting before Tuesday and announce the date that we'll reconvene. It will be before the normally scheduled meeting.
I'll amend my motion.
Okay, discussion again.
A couple of things, Mr. Chairman. Before we revisit this item, I would like to request three things. Number one, I'd like to see if we're going to go with the separation, I'd like to see a projected budget for that. Number two, I'd like to see a new proposed contract for President Shields. And number three, I would ask that you direct the board's office to consult with AGB or somebody to see whether or not they can do this, how long it would take, and that way we'd have all of this information before we. So that's three things I would ask. To whether or not that such a study exists, or whether or not they could provide us with some support in that regard. That Reverend Talbot referenced what the cost would be and the timeline, how long it would take.
But you're not suggesting we hire them?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm just. This is not a
consultant.
motion.
I'm with you on that.
It's not a motion. It's just simply a request. Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
that's the spirit. Motion been made, properly second. Discussion. Hear none? All in favor, aye. Aye. That's what I call moving as a board. Okay, so we'll announce a date, future time, and until then, it will be business as usual.
May I say something, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you. You and I have had long
And I want to thank him for a short space on that.
Okay. Item number 5E, annual evaluation. Executive session will be required. The Board of Supervisors of Southern University and Agriculture and Mechanical College and its committees may meet in executive session by Board Member Rutledge, properly set. Roll call.
Excuse me. No, it's not. It's executive. It's all okay. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Yes.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield. Yes. Attorney Jody Amity. Mrs. Azelle Dudley. Mr. Raymond Fodell Jr. Mrs. Maple Gaines.
Here.
Mr. Sam Gilliam. Yes. Mr. Paul Matthews.
Yes.
Mrs. Christy Reeves.
Yes.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Yes. Attorney Edwin Shorty. Yes. Mrs. Ann A. Smith. Yes. Dr. Leon R. Tarver II. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert. Yes. Dr. Orlando Williams. Mr. Jairon Young.
Okay.
We have
Uh, Time to reconvene in open session. While in an executive session, the board discussed the performance of the president, Dennis Shields. While in executive session, no motions were made nor were votes taken. Is there a motion to reconvene?
So move.
Motion is made by Vice Chair and seconded by Board Member Smith. Roll call.
Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Yes.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Yes.
Attorney Jody Amade. Ms. Zazelle Dudley. Mr. Raymond Fondale Jr. Mrs. Maple Gaines. Mr. Sam Gillian. Mr. Paul Matthews. Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Attorney Edwin Shorty. Mrs. Ann A. Smith. Dr. Leon R. Tarver II. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert. Dr. Orlando Williams. Mr. Jairon Young.
Okay.
Do we have quorum?
Thank you so much. Item number 6, resolutions. Mr. Secretary.
August 2023 resolutions. Judge Tammy Stewart family. Honorable Judge Tammy Stewart, a beacon of justice and a timeless advocate for the youth in New Orleans. Graduating with honors from John F. Kennedy High School and Southern University at New Orleans. Graduating with a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Political Science and earned her Juris Doctorate degree from the Ohio State University of Law in Columbus. She was Miss Southern University at New Orleans 1992 to 1993 and was initiated in SUNO's Zeta Theta chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated in spring 1990. She was a testament to the impact SUNO graduates made in the New Orleans community and beyond. She passed away on July 24, 2023. Gloria Milliken family. Miss Gloria Milliken was a 1955 graduate of Capitol High School and a graduate of Southern University and A&M College, graduating with a Bachelor of Arts in Education and later a Master's of Education. She was devoted to God and had a passion for children and serving her community. She passed away on July 25, 2023. Wilbert Jones family. Mr. Wilbert Jones was a graduate who attended Southern University in Baton Rouge and graduated in 1970. He had years of service to Southern University, which began his sophomore year as a student worker in the financial aid office, where he developed his reputation for being student-friendly and a supporter of student organizations. At Southern, he served in several offices and capacities until his death, including financial aid, manager of the bookstore, and assistant director of purchasing. He passed away on July 26, 2023. Reverend Van Smith family. Reverend Van Smith was a graduate of Iberville High School. He continued his educational journey at Southern University, where he received a Bachelor of Science degree in secondary education with a major in vocal music and further completed his postgraduate studies from Southern University. The Smiths are a Southern University Jaguar family. Reverend Smith's wife, Leola, and his eldest son, Van Smith III, are both graduates of Southern University, and now his grandson, Nicholas Carroll, is a sophomore who's currently matriculating at Southern University. He passed away on July 25th, 2023. Leroy Vessel family. Mr. Leroy Vessel academic journey took him through Iberville High School and further through Southern University and A&M College in Baton Rouge. His pursuit led him to earn a Bachelor of Science degree for sports, particularly the University athletic program, with his children and friends. He passed away on August 2nd, 2023. Dewan Jordan family. Mr. Dewan Jordan graduated from Central Memorial High School. Later, he went on to attain a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics from Southern University and A&M College in 1965. He later furthered his education at the University of Laverne in Laverne, California. He was involved in his community. He served in many organizations and various leadership roles, including some to name a few: Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, Southern University Hardwood Enrichment Club, Southern University Alumni Federation, and Southern University Alumni Home Chapter. He passed away on August 8, 2023. Herman Plunkett family. Mr. Herman Plunkett received his Bachelor of Science degree from Southern University and A&M College in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. After college, he proudly served his country as a member of the United States Army and later went on to complete his master's degree in education in Columbia, New York. He had a career as a registrar and director of admissions for Southern University Baton Rouge and New Orleans. He passed away on August 6, 2023. Joe Murray family. Mr. Joe Murray, a native of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, was the father-in-law to Miss Vicki Murray, who is the office manager for the Office of the President. He passed away on August 7, 2023. Kenneth Murray family. Kenneth Murray is a native of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He attended Capital Senior High and worked as an artist in the local community. He was the brother-in-law to Miss Vicki Murray. He passed away on August 4th, 2023. Attorney Jason Cantrell family. Attorney Jason Cantrell was born in New Orleans, Louisiana. He received his Juris Doctorate degree from Southern University Law Center in Baton Rouge. He was a prominent figure in both legal and civic life. He established himself as a respected lawyer and public defender, contributing significantly to the legal community of the city. He was married to Mayor Latoya Cantrell of New Orleans. He passed away on August 14, 2023. We have a commendation, Mr. Derek Johnson, who was here today, who was appointed as the president of Louisiana Municipal Association. One more condolence. Miss Reversia McClinton Johnson family. Miss Johnson, a 1969 graduate of Southern University and A&M College with a bachelor's degree in elementary education. Miss Johnson's lifelong dream and passion was to be an educator. She taught in the St. Charles Parish school system for nearly 30 years. She passed away on August 12, 2023. Mr. Chairman, this concludes our resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Board
Chairman,
member,
I may have missed it. Was the name Chantel Smith on there?
It was not.
Okay, could you add Chantel Smith to the list? She passed away in San Antonio a week and a half ago. And she was a graduate of the law school in the city of Lake Charles. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item number 6, resolutions. You've heard the resolutions as read by Dr. Taylor Jarrell. What's your pleasure?
Second.
The B12 shot up here getting quiet. Well, moved by Board Member Whitfield, properly second by Board Member Reeves. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Before we go to item 7, very quickly, I wanted to recognize Laquita's out in the audience, Thomas, illustrious alumni, past president. I think you had a little contribution. She's always doing something. What did you do with the group?
From Texas Instruments that are Southern University alumni, and we are donating TI 84 plus EE graphic calculators to our engineering students. I think we still have an engineer representative.
All right. Isn't that great? Thank you for everything. Laquita's in this board office room more than I am, I think, sometimes. So thank you so much. Item number 7, information. Informational items. A, presidential report.
Yes, a couple of things. Dr. Walton, would you come forward? Unfortunately, we were prompted again earlier this week by about student mental health. Young lady on the Baton Rouge campus, and the chairman asked me to prompt all of our chancellors to articulate sort of what we have in place for student mental health, what we're planning to put in place, and the resources that are available. Dr. Walton is the vice chancellor for student affairs on the campus and well-versed, so I asked him to talk a little bit about what's happening here on the Baton Rouge campus.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update today about what's going on here on this campus. First of all, would like to say that I've just spoken to folk in one of the other colleges and one of the other in ag. And we're going to be meeting later this week, and we're going to create an authentic partnership throughout the campuses, on this landmass and perhaps even beyond, but definitely on this landmass about where we are with regard to mental health. There's already a partnership that exists with the Law Center, and now the Ag School has a person there, and we're also going to be all coming together just as a cooperative on this campus to assure that we're working together. There are a number of resources that exist, and I do have a list of them that we can make available to everyone. But where we are now is, of course, Dr. Valerie Urban serves as our Director of Counseling Center here on the campus. We recently hired 2 new counselors. So now we have a total of 5 full-time counselors plus the director, and then we have a search for an assistant director. So we have grown. We've pretty much doubled our capacity to serve our students in the counseling center. But one of the things that we realize is getting the word out. They're there, they're available, and they're seeing lots of students. And we have the numbers to indicate the large number of students that they see and the large number of appointments that they have. But what we're launching this year is an all-out public relations campaign. They started it last year. Their counseling is on Instagram. They're on Facebook and various other social media platforms. And I'll make sure that members of the board are able to get those platforms so that students are seeing, and they are getting hits. There are up to 700 people now following the Instagram page for a counseling center. So those of you who do the social media format, that's very good. But even next week, during Welcome Week, the counseling center will actually have a table in the student union, and we're going to do that at least monthly now. We realize one of the things that we have to do is get rid of the stigma attached to going to counseling and going to counseling centers. And so we're going to bring the counseling center to the folk, to our students, and put them in places where they'll be able to see the counseling center staff outside of that space. As people who are just like them, we may even be able to have sessions. People won't know they're in a session. They might look like they're having lunch with somebody. So we've got to make it more like that. In fact, and as an extension, we have a couple of partnerships with NAMI Louisiana that we're working towards. And then our chairman referred us to a relationship that we met, Dr. Merrick and I met earlier this week. And so that's going to be happening as well. And so we're excited about it. And that's going to really help us with the publicizing and the public relations part of our counseling center. The NAMI Louisiana situation is opportunity is a statewide opportunity. Is that correct, Dr. Merrick? A statewide opportunity that we'll be working with, and we'll have peer counselors on the campus that will be trained by that organization. So that's exciting as well. So those are some of the big things. On September 7th, we have our annual meet and greet, which is when all of the services will be presented over in the Intramural Center. And then finally, one of the things that I have initiated with the department this year is that I'm calling it the Wellness Quad for lack of a better name right now. But I have the Counseling Center, the Health Center, and the Intramural Sports Center right there together. And I've asked them to come together and create some programming and plans that will just bring that area to life with regard to total wellness on the campus, which includes counseling, which will include life coaching, because some people are more comfortable with that than the word counseling. And to take away the notion that going to counseling does not mean that I have an issue. Going to counseling means that I might need someone to talk to before I get an issue or beyond that. So we're just trying to create ways to talk about counseling and mental health in ways that make people comfortable. And in whatever way we need to present it to make our students comfortable with taking advantage of the services, that's what we're looking to do. Any questions or anything else?
Good job.
Thank you, Doc.
Let's get
Thank
the
you.
follow-up maybe in a few months, how everybody's doing. And I like the synergy because it's good to do that. And I had a chance to talk to Dr. Valerie Irvin, and she's really on top of it. And I was very impressed with what's already going on.
Yes. Thank you.
The other chances on the landmass will also talk about this, but we've changed the relationship with Care South, and they're providing some psychiatric, emergency psychiatric or ongoing psychiatric support. So we're looking for other ways that we can do this. The regions have provided money to each of the campuses also that they can use to beef up some of what they're doing.
Yeah,
So,
yes.
thank you, Dr.
All right.
Wolf.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Lowe.
I'll let the chancellors go now.
Okay, we start from left and work our way to the right. Dr. Ammons.
Okay,
Sooner.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and President Shields. We have one counselor on our campus, Ms. Kimberly Page, who just received recently her certification as a licensed counselor. Thus far, at least from this past year, we had 108 students who received wellness checks. 47 students received individual or group counseling. We had 152 who attended mental health programming events or activities. We've also had faculty and staff who have utilized the counseling center. Now, we have, in addition to Ms. Page, some state-of-the-art equipment and software that we're using. So we have something called the Relax Wellness Pod, and it's designed to assist students, faculty, staff by who may be overstimulated by stress or other mental illnesses. And it consists of a built-in heated massage seat, 43-inch screen that contains wellness trainings, videos, and relaxing music. And then we're bringing in something called Shift Wave. This is the newest addition to the university. And Shift Wave is a portable, foldable, zero-gravity chair that delivers distinct and scientific vibrations for the purpose of neutralizing stress and reducing anxiety. That chair will be delivered next week. We're also...
I want to know what they actually show up on campus for that.
All right. Okay, we'll let you know.
Let me know.
Okay. All right. The counseling department has also purchased Titanium, which is an automated software that will allow students to secure mental health appointments with the counselor virtually, receive reminders for their appointments via text, and have their personal information stored securely within the software's database. We also have a number of days, weeks, months, etc., that we recognize for wellness. So we have a list of activities starting this month. We have something called Meet the Counselor. And the first is going to be Mindful Monday of the semester in partnership with SGA. We also have what we call a virtual Zen space on the Counseling Center's webpage for the non-traditional students and commuters. And this was initiated by Ms. Page, our counselor. And most recently, the university counselor has announced the inception of what we're calling this virtual Zen space that will launch the Counseling Center's webpage the first day of classes, which will be on Monday. And then we have the National Association of Mental Illness on campus. They will be on the campus on the 31st of August. September is Suicide Prevention Week. 9/11 through 9/15, there will be a full week of activities to promote prevention and awareness of suicide. October is another month where we have what we call How to Survive Midterm Week. And this is where we will provide services to students to help them loosen up a little bit if they have test anxiety or higher stress levels. November is Final Survival Week. We have a set of activities, workshops as they head into final examinations. Now, we also have Oshner Health, who is running the university's health center, and they provide um, services to our students both in person and virtually. And so those are some of the things that we're doing on the campus in recognition that our students, as well as our faculty and staff, have needs that are associated with mental health. And that concludes my report. Oh, excuse me. Are we going to say anything about enrollment?
Sure. Please.
Okay. I am happy to report that as of yesterday, SUNO has an 8% increase in enrollment. We have we built our budget around 1,400 full-time students. Now we're going to have dual enrollment students who will come in, and our goal was to get back to our pre-pandemic enrollment level, which was 2,300 students. As I said, the budget was built on 1,400 full-time students, and as of yesterday, we were at 1,342. We're 101 students above where we were this time last year, the Thursday before the beginning of classes. And this enrollment growth is being driven by new students in our graduate program. It's up by 8%, and also by transfer students. Transfer students are up by 7%. I have to also tell you that we have 99 students who enrolled in pre-nursing and 37 who have been admitted to the nursing program. To say that nursing made a difference in our enrollment is an understatement. And so we'll continue to monitor our enrollment. Of course, this is all preliminary. They haven't paid yet, but we're off to a good start. Thank you.
Mr.
Board
Chancellor?
member,
Yeah, thank you.
Board member Fondell.
Mr. Chancellor, could you tell us a little bit about your athletics? I think you may have mentioned your baseball program and what you have achieved in that so far this semester.
Yes. So this semester we'll have volleyball back on the campus. Volleyball season runs in conjunction with football season, so it'll be very soon that we'll have volleyball competition. We also will start baseball in the spring, and even though baseball is a spring sport, we have been able to attract about 40 students who want to join the baseball team. And so part of this enrollment growth is also driven by the fact that we have brought 2 additional sports back to the campus.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Gant Sussler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Shields and honorable members of the board. Southern University at Shreveport has worked together to come up with a committee and plans for our wellness on our campus, wellness and mental health. We looked at 6 different components and focus areas. The first being awareness and education. We have regular meetings, schedule, and workshops for students as we focus on mental health and wellness that will take place on all of our campuses. Academic integration. We have a new faculty member who will be teaching student mental health in HBCUs, which will focus solely on students who are attending HBCUs. This course will be offered online. Currently, I understand we have about 21 students who are already enrolled in the course. And this course is designed to provide students with an in-depth understanding of mental health issues specifically related to students attending HBCUs. And it is a free course right now, the course that's being offered online. The support services. We have a great software. It's called Together All. And so Together All is a software that's available to faculty, staff, and students. It's peer-to-peer mental health counseling and mental health support. Students can log on. No one actually knows a program that's anonymous, and when these students are logging on to take advantage of the service, as well as faculty and staff. We have wellness programs organized to serve our faculty, staff, and students holistically. We have not, like New Orleans, have gotten a chair that we've been able to order due to budgets, but we are working with agencies in our area to hope to bring those things to our campus during Wellness Week. We plan to try to get with different spas and health centers to bring some of those things to our campus so our students, faculty, and staff can take advantage of those things. We looked at personnel and support staff. Currently, we have a mental health and wellness counselor position posted at this time. We had someone, I think, was hired just a couple months ago, but changed his mind about the position. So we reposted that position. And as of yesterday, I think we had 4 applicants. So we will be working diligently to get someone on board in that position. Also, we have a few volunteers, individuals on the campus who volunteered to help us with hosting some of our workshops. We have faculty members, a few people on faculty, as well as a few staff members. A lot of collaboration is taking place with our partners. We have Willis Knight, and that's across the street, Willis Knight and David Rains. I met with Mr. Willie White, who's the executive director there, so we can build a partnerships. There's a full-time psychiatrist on staff at Willis Knight, and David Rains, and basically has said to us that that individual will be on board to support our faculty, staff, and students. And so I'll continue to work with Mr. White to build that partnership, and it's possibly a MOU that's involved, but I'll be working with him to make sure that that's in place for our faculty, staff, and students. And lastly, we outreach and communication. We will be recognizing the national months for next month is September with this Suicide Awareness Month. And we have activities that are planned for suicide awareness. Our faculty and staff are participating in those things as well as our students. I think that's all as relates to the things that we have in place. I've talked to a few individuals as it relates to NABITA. We have it's a National Association of Behavior Intervention, and I understand that the system have a membership, but Southern University Shreveport has not taken advantage of it. But we do plan to do that in the very near future. It's actually a counseling system for faculty, staff, and students. And so we plan to do that and take advantage of creating wellness and care groups for our faculty, staff, and students. And I also want to mention next week is our Welcome Back Week for our students, and our students we have an individual that's working with students. They'll have a wellness workshop during their Welcome Back Week as well. And just a little bit about enrollment. Our enrollments are up as it relates to the number of individuals who have actually registered for class. We have 1,918 students who've registered, with approximately 500 students who paid their tuition and fees. And we're continuing to work to ensure that our pools are growing a little bit. We have phone calls, and phone-a-thon is what we're calling on campus, where they're calling these individuals who've shown interest but have not yet paid their tuition and fees. I think that's all I have to report on enrollment as well as wellness and what we're doing on our campus. Yes,
Okay.
sure.
I saw board member Jaron Young, and then we'll entertain board member Tazelle Dudley.
Adding on to what Dr. Gant was saying about the mental health and wellness, me and in cooperation with my administration with SGA, we have planned a mental awareness yard show and concert this upcoming week for our welcome week for students to get the hotlines and information about mental health and stuff like that. So with that being said, I got speakers coming out to speak to students, and singers like to influence people to get better with their mental health and stuff like that. So, and what Dr. Gant was saying.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
You're on it. Board member Tazelle Dudley.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Gant. Thank you for the update. And
I will share with my colleagues and from some visitations with you over the last couple of months, as well as with Mr. Gillum and in his absence. You've done a yeoman's job. Thank you for your communications with us. We highly appreciate that. And the work that you've been doing, just coming in, just guns a-blazing, getting things done. And that's what we need. We've talked about accountability and leadership and aggressiveness, assertiveness, and you demonstrating all of that. I missed some of the numbers on enrollment, but I also would like you to speak to, I know we had a lot of dual enrollment versus full-time, so can you just give us an update on enrollment and also bifurcate between dual enrollment and the full-time?
Yes, thank you very much, Board Member Dudley. The numbers that I reported is our current enrollment is 1,918. Out of those numbers, there are no dual enrollment students currently. Our dual enrollment will start approximately week after next. We'll start with dual enrollment. We'll have individuals in school recruiting dual enrollment students, but that number does not include dual enrollment students. Of that number, we have approximately, I want to say, first time in college students is 39 of those students, and as freshmen is 1,365 are freshman students.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great job.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, Dr. McMean, Southern University Ag and Research Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Dr. Walton alluded to earlier, the Ag Center and the College of Ag are formalizing a more formal articulation as we work together in mental health awareness. However, we do have some activities that have been going on. I recently actually presented to you a long list of activities that we have going on at the Ag Center and the College of Ag. For example, we have yoga sessions, which have become extremely popular. We have to have more sessions because not only students, but we have faculty and staff participating. Of course, the pet therapy, that's the biggest, especially during midterms and rabbits and all of those little furry animals. So the young people get a kick out of it, especially some of our young people from other parts of the country where they don't see such animals. So I met the first two parents I met. We had a parent social for the first time this week. And the first two parents I met were from San Francisco and LA. So that's showing you the students that we are attracting. And so some of those students are relatively new to some of these. So we also have an associate specialist in extension. And someone said, wow, we have an associate specialist for mental health. Well, farmers, especially black farmers, has the highest incidence of suicide in the nation, one of the highest rates of suicide in any occupation. And those are farmers. And then as you get to underserved and minority farmers, that number comes even higher. And also we work with K through 12 to bring about some of the new theories, technologies as relates to mental health awareness. And we too will be involved in a number of activities in September. As it relates to enrollment, of course, the College of Ag, our numbers are up. I don't have those numbers, but I will say we probably have close to 80 or 90 scholarship recipients. If that give you some idea of the number of students that we have in the College of Agriculture, Family, and Consumer Sciences. And thanks to you, that title will be changing, and we will roll that out. And lastly, I do want to brag a little bit on the program. Our relationship with our Lara has, especially over the last 3 years, we've been dealing with product development, and we rolled out probably the most popular product that we rolled out. I had the opportunity to name the product, and it's called Oh My. And it is 40 milligram THC. I would like to say I was honored to have Miss Jeray Williams be the person that actually took my idea from concept to reality. She did an outstanding job. And so we're happy about that. And I think it has more sales than any product that we rolled out. So hopefully that'll get the numbers up and we can spread the wealth, so to speak. Thank you.
Dr. McMinn, what were the side effects you told me you had on?
No side effects.
He smiles more than any other chancellor. I can tell you that a lot. That's right. He's a smiler. Look, just to look at him, he smiles. It makes you want to smile. All right, Chancellor. Anything else? Okay, Chancellor Pierre.
Yes.
Southern University,
Well,
Baton Rouge and Baton Rouge.
Let me start with the Law Center, and then I'll come back. So we have 4 mental health counselors, and we also have a virtual service that we've had for about 4 years now called Meta. And Meta has been with us for about 4 years, and we also have Together All. Now, one of the things that, and of course, we've been in partnership with Dr. Irvin, also with the Counseling Center. So one of the things that the president mentioned is the Board of Regents allocating funding for the Baton Rouge landmass, the Suno and Suzzla. And if I'm not mistaken, that amount is about $630,000. And I've been talking with Miss Desiree Honore Thomas. We actually are oversubscribed in terms of the people. We have less than 900 students now. It was beginning hard to justify having that many counselors for that level of student body. So I think the better thing would be to repurpose those people with the help of the Board of Regents funding to serve the whole landmass. And now in collaboration with the Ag Center, now we got the whole landmass being served by an umbrella group of folks with some additional funding from the Board of Regents. That it's just a better fit, because there have been times when things have happened on the Baton Rouge campus that our counselors have helped in those circumstances. But I think it's better to put it under one umbrella, and that way we have a comprehensive approach to the Baton Rouge landmass. So we're continuing those discussions and just trying to figure out how to do that. So we put them under one umbrella from that particular standpoint, and I think that will better serve the landmass. As far as the Law Center is concerned in terms of enrollment, we have 888 students. We have 753 that are paid, and we got about 125 more to go. So we got to keep working those numbers. On the students that are being counseled, we have 174 students that use Meta as of August 8th, 2023. So again, these students are using that virtual service. Then we have the in-person type service. So you heard from Dr. Walton with respect to the Baton Rouge campus in terms of the mental health services. Let's turn to the enrollment situation. So right now, we have 3,332 students that have actually paid. Okay? All right. Now we got to close the gap on those that are not paid. And so we're going to turn our attention, because it looks like we're going to have over 7,000 students. We have over 7,000 right now and still counting enrolled, but now we got to focus on those that are not paid. And so this week, we're going to turn our attention to getting those students paid, because that helps a lot. One of the things that we may have seen in the past is when we had the HERF money, and Mr. McClinton brought this out, students kind of played to the very end, and then we use HERF money to cover them not paying. We don't have that luxury. So now this is the time now, as I'm beginning to understand how this works, to now get those students paid. And I think we can do that with a very concentrated effort. I've been very fortunate to be able to get a strike team together to deal with that. And so all the things that we're doing in terms of the one-stop type registration, enrollment, solving process is one thing. The other thing that we discovered was that the SAP appeals and the academic appeals weren't coordinated, so that students who did SAP appeals then learned they had to go do academic appeals, and the folks in academic appeals were saying, well, that date's closed, so we reopening everything. So, we literally have to deal with the standpoint that no child left behind, no student left behind. We're going to do everything possible to get the numbers up to where we need to be. So now we got to turn our attention this week to those students that have not paid and still bringing more students on from that standpoint. One of the things that I have heard, and I know the president has heard, is the housing issue. But we're finding that housing, while it's not ideal, it's not really the major problem for students coming. It's the other things that we got to focus on. So we'll continue to work on that. And, the goal now is to get students paid. Pay. That's it. And I think that will help solidify the budget situation so that we can have different kinds of discussions related to the Baton Rouge campus, which have to be driven by the budget. I mean, I know yesterday there was a full budget committee hearing, and I don't know exactly what was said, but I suspect that there were points of concern, and that's where we're going to turn our attention to.
Chancellor Pierre,
Yes,
you should be assured that at the budget hearing yesterday's, we blamed you for everything.
absolutely.
You've been finding loose change to make ends meet for a long time, so time to find a little loose change.
Let me just say, in front of this board, very simply, thank you, Chancellor Pierre.
Thank you, sir.
It's been he's been a very unselfish person to dedicate his time, as other chancellors do, and I'm quite frankly impressed with the team we have here. But it shows with a little bit more attention when you give it to the Baton Rouge campus. I hadn't seen along the lines, as I mentioned, and the only thing I want to ask as we conclude: do we have a way to let the students know that have not paid the options to paying? Does that go out in text form to them?
Well, I know that they have used it in that form, but here's at least what I'm learning. The students don't read emails, and they don't necessarily respond to text messages. Okay, so my goal is we're going to pick up the phone, we're going to call people. Okay, we're going to use, and I've said this loosely, we have a virtual call center, and it's a loose kind of thing where we just do it. So now we're going to try to apply that from the Law Center's perspective and do it on the Baton Rouge campus. There was a discussion, and President Shields and I had, in fact, we had a young lady from the Atlanta chapter who came yesterday and got some materials. And now we're going to figure out a way to loop in the chapters, even with respect to dealing with phone calls. We use something at the Law Center called Ring Central. And Ring Central will dial out calls to any number of locations, and nobody knows who's answering the phone and where they are, and they can answer the phone. So that's another thing we're going to try. We think there's some capability within Cisco Banner combination. We think we know for a fact Ring Central works. So we're going to see if there's something that can be duplicated here on the Baton Rouge campus that does the same, because we did that with respect to COVID when we really didn't have anybody in the building, but phone calls were answered all the time because it went to designated calls, and people knew that you need to be at a particular location wherever you were, and when you saw that number come across, you pick up the phone.
That's good. Board Member Dudley.
Chancellor, what's the status on, as regards to registration, housing, dormitory availability? Can you speak to that?
Well, officially, I've been told, and this is something I'm learning. So that's just officially, I've been told that there really is no more housing. But the thing that I think I've learned is that some students who maybe have signed up for housing will not actually qualify to be returning. So there's a waiting list, and those things get filled. Dr. Walton and I were talking about a process where we had some relationships with some off-campus locations, and then thinking about a shuttle service from the Baton Rouge campus to those places. Now, it can be achieved through one of several ways. With the Capital Area Transportation System, CATS, if we have enough riders, they will provide it to us at no cost because there's some federal dollars for that. The other possibility is looking at acquisition of some shuttle vans, and that's something Dr. Walton is going to present to me next week to see what we could do, because we ran a similar operation from the Law Center for our pre-law program, and we ran shuttles from downtown and across town to the Law Center. It wasn't the same amount of numbers, but the point is, if you got a process that at least you can start looking at, then we can close the delta on what becomes a problem and turn that into an asset.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 8. Is there any other business that needs to come before the Southern University Board of Supervisors today? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion for item number 9. No seconds needed. Consider. Have a good day.